to actually, you actually did take time to review the notes and the recordings that we are shared, and that at the same time we were able to check on with your colleagues and see what needed and do what needed to be done. Thank you so much for those who have already shared in their assignment. It's really, really, really encouraging. I'm glad to see that we are making progress. Um, a few places we are getting it right, a few places we are not quite there, but that is not the issue. The issue is that we are trying. As long as you're trying, you have already done the first round of winning. So congratulations to all of us who have already shared. There are few though that I have already said that they have not been able to share yet, but it's ready. I encourage you to please continue sharing, even as this class is ongoing. So I'm going to ask us to please settle in for the next 1 hour. So if you don't mind, I like taking the class, knowing that most of us are working, by giving us around 5 minutes to just clear what is on the table, sign something that needs to be signed, organize something that you need to be organized, make a pressing call, so that by the time we settle, our mind and our bodies are here for those who may not be settled. So kindly let us take just 5 minutes. So we come back and the class starts at exactly 5 minutes, 25 minutes past 9. Thank you. Hello, good morning, team, and welcome back to the training. Today, we are continuing to look at or finalize on the process of preparing an op-ed as we left yesterday. And as I had shared, a few of us shared their work or their assignments. And we are going to use that to actually check what was right and what was not quite correct, so that we use them as a point of learning. And I'll start by first looking at the general assignment. I got a few that were able to identify an op-ed, and a number that were actually able to even identify the 5 W's and the H correctly. However, I did not get any of us who was bold enough to draft one. I don't know if maybe someone drafted and I missed it out. Anyone who drafted an op-ed, please share in the comments.
Yes, ma'am, I did. I did draft it on breast cancer.
Oh, sorry, I seem to have not checked on that. You shared by email already?
Yes, ma'am, I have sent it yesterday evening.
Oh, sorry about that. Perhaps by mistake we missed it. I'm sorry about that. But I'll surely take time to look at it and get back. And congratulations for that. Anyone else who drafted something? Apparently, nobody else was
Hello,
able to.
I also had a draft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I sent it this morning on email.
Okay. Never
Yeah.
mind. By the time you were sending, the assignments had already been shared. It's a probability, but don't worry. I'll still get to look at it and get back to you. And maybe at this point, I'll ask our training support to actually try and see whether we can get those articles and kindly forward so that I can briefly look at them even during the short breaks that we'll be having and possibly get back. And now for those of us who are able to identify the op-ed, I'm sure you realized it's not as obvious as it might look the first time, but I'm sure by the time you identify the second one and the third one, the process got easier because you were getting used to it. The second thing that I wanted to note was that when we were identifying the 5 W's and the H, a few of us got it wrong. In that, when we are asking what, where, how, when, it's actually not about where the article perhaps it's published or who has published the article. It's more of what issue is being discussed or what happened. It's the details. The 5 W's and the H are actually discussing the details of the content, the details of the write-up, right? The details of what is being shared. That is what the 5 W's and the H are looking at. And in our notes, we'll be able to share an extract of an op-ed highlighting the 5 W's and the H. But before we get there, I want to challenge you to please go back and look for another op-ed and identify those 5 W's and the H in the content. What happened or what is being shared about? When did it happen? To whom did it happen? Where did it happen? When did it happen? How did it happen? And it is not necessarily happen. It could also be what is the issue? With whom is it an issue? Where is it an issue? When is it an issue? You have to ask yourself, has the writer captured the 5 W's and the H most efficiently in the lead paragraph? And the process of identifying the 5 W's and the H, which we said, for some writers, they are so able to like give a snippet in the lead paragraph, but continue dwelling on it in the body of the op-ed. Others want to preempt it in the lead and then dwell with the details in the paragraph. So we have different writers and different styles that they capture that. However, whatever your style is, it is important that you make sure that the 5 W's and the H are actually covered. And the reason why I keep insisting that it is important for you to check out the 5 W's and the H, and not just in one write-up, but in several. It will not only like offer more practical training on how to cover the 5 W's and the H. It will also expose you to different writing styles. Because again, the reason why we don't like training an op-ed with an example of an op-ed is because I don't want to train you to write as I do. Because if I train you to write as I do, I may be misleading you because your style may not be mine. You need to interact with as many styles as possible. And that way you'll be able to find where your ground is without struggling too much. And that is why we keep asking that please let us make time to actually go and look for real op-eds and identify those areas that we really need to identify. It's actually it opens your mind into so many things and makes your journey to writing a lot easier and a lot comfortable. Because in the first place, like I have said since yesterday, it gives you the confidence of knowing what your writing style is, and it gives you the confidence of letting you know that just because you're not writing like the person you read last doesn't mean you're not writing well. So just write as you, as long as you're tying together the bits and that we have been discussing since yesterday. And I would actually have loved to have an opportunity to look at one of the write-ups and identify whether it followed the 7 C's and T. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but maybe during our short break, I'll be able to look at one and identify whether it follows the 7 C's and T, and then we can be able to share on that. So with that, allow me to now take questions or any comments on the assignments, where we found it difficult and where we found it easy, as I also prepare to continue with today's presentation. The only thing I'm going to ask is kindly let us do it better than yesterday. I think now we are more used to each other, so let us do it better than yesterday. Let us be more interactive. Let us be more free with each other. Where you feel you're getting lost, please don't keep quiet. You're as a student like anyone else. Just voice it out. Let us help each other. If you have an experience that you'd like to share, kindly feel free. Don't say no. I'm not the trainer for the day, or I may be bringing confusion and all that. No. This is an open forum. Please feel free to share your opinions and also share your contributions so that all of us get to learn from each other. I would especially want to hear the opinions of, in this forum, I would like to hear the opinion of those who have already been writing. Like I said, I already recognize a few of you. Some of you disappeared yesterday. I called you out, I couldn't get you. But I would like to hear what your experience has been. As long as you have published anything, as as an op-ed, let us know what your experience is and how you got the courage to do that. And then we can learn from you. In the afternoon, I will really be getting in touch with those who have at least been able to participate in either the design or contribution of any kind of oral communication of science material, be it in a TV show, be it in a radio show, be it in a podcast. We also want to hear your experience, so please prepare yourself. So we're opening the ground for comments, suggestions, and questions. The next 3 minutes. Thank you. Can all of us see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. How about now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I'm looking through our chat box, and I seem not to see a question yet. So I want to greet all of us well. So allow us now to continue with the discussion where we left it. So I would have liked to hear how easy or supportive that you found yesterday's lead in drafting the op-ed, but I'll assume that you had the maximum support now that I'm not getting any queries. So now, assuming that we have looked at your op-eds, sorry, we have not been able to do that. But what we really needed to go through is look at the writing style, and see what kind of a style you used, so that we can use that to demonstrate what op-eds are and what op-eds are not. So I'll just go through theoretically and hope that it will be of help. What is not of what is an op-ed and what is not. First, we needed to contrast an op-ed from a news story. And we're saying that an op-ed is not a news story because news stories basically They simply describe an issue or a situation that we have. News stories do not necessarily give recommendations, and news stories do not always accommodate your opinion. Often it's not your opinion that counts, it is what happened or the issue on the table that counts. So when we are writing op-eds, we need to take an open approach, knowing that what we are looking at is actually not a news story. We are not reporting what has happened. We are actually sharing our opinions on something that could happen, or a matter or an issue that we have. So that is one of the issues. I'll look into our op-eds and see whether there is any that has taken a news kind of approach. Often we attempt to write op-eds and end up writing something that is very similar to a news story. If I get any, I'll be able to reach out directly. But for even those of us who have not tried, kindly let us put that at the back of our mind, that let our op-eds take the shape and the structure of an op-ed. Basically, share your opinion. Do not try to report something that has happened, but what is your opinion on whatever has happened? The second thing, an op-ed is not a letter to the editor. I saw one of us pulled out a letter to the editor and shared it with me as an op-ed. I'm going to respond to you directly. We ought to actually pay very keen attention on this. Remember, we said that a letter to the editor is basically a rebuttal. Like you're basically trying to prove out an idea or disprove out an idea or counter someone else's opinion. But we said an op-ed is actually not a rebuttal. And let us avoid going so much into the rebuttal. Let us stick to just sharing what is our opinion on whatever that it is that we are sharing about. That is just a word of caution. Another thing that an op-ed is not is a journal. This is not a journal article. And we're saying that op-eds should be personal, very, very, very personal. You remember us saying they should be in touch with your audience, that you should write them in a very active voice, because this is your opinion. So you need to actually put in there a very personal voice and let your perspective actually come through, because it is about you. And also we said op-eds also, it matters a lot who your audience is. So keep it in touch with your readers, keep it in touch with your followers. Sorry. Mostly when you start writing op-eds, you realize that you draw a certain kind of followers. Now, you cannot, and I think that is what we struggle to do. We struggle to write for the entire populace. When you're writing, you want everybody in the country to read, everybody in the region to read your paper. It would be a great thing. And you could actually, to some degree, achieve it, but it is not as easy as it may look. So I would like us to be very comfortable in knowing that out of the people that are going to come across your article, some will be interested, others will not, and it's fine. Others will read the first paragraph and toss it out. Others will read to the end, and it is fine. Others will become your followers in that they'll start looking out for your articles and reading. And others will even go beyond that to actually getting in touch and personally interacting with you or with your content. And that is the best that we can hope for. However, if we start with the wider perspective of wanting almost everybody in the whole world to read our article, our op-ed, we're going to actually, remember we said we need to unnoise our articles. We usually end up with a very noisy article that can never be published. And that is where we get discouraged, because we write the first article, it's not published, the second one, it's not published. We conclude that we are not the best of writers. It's not that we are not the best of writers. The thing is, you need to narrow down to a very small, you need to get comfortable with reaching a smaller a group of people. And therefore, like I said, be bold enough to choose just one topic and possibly just one or two call to actions, and that should be fine, so that you don't clutter it so much. And that's what we're saying with whoever you're talking to. For example, it's like yesterday when we are discussing about putting out an article to help pregnant mothers with their diet, then we need to actually get comfortable by just being read and being taken seriously by a few of the pregnant mothers. And therefore, we need to keep our voice very active, specifically for the pregnant mothers we are dealing with. And that gives our article a lot of perspective. The next thing that we need to be cautious about is what we always struggle with. We talked about this yesterday a lot, but this is basically one of our biggest stumbling blocks because of our nature of training, our past, in that most of us have come out as, have been groomed as researchers. So we tend to write everything as a research paper. I have seen some of us, even when we go to lecturing, our lecture notes are interesting. They're actually interesting. You look at our lecture notes, and most of us find it very difficult to even break them down to points. Very simplified points, just simply because of what we are used to. And like we said yesterday, it is not a divorce that is easy to go through, like stopping to, like, discarding the writing style that we are so used to of scientific writing. That is basically like writing a research paper. And then eventually moving into science writing, which is basically science writing for non-science audience. But it is something that gets better with time. But what did we say? Do not try to prove yourself out. Do not try to make the write-up about you. It's not about you. It's not about how much you know or how much you do not know. It's more about, we already believe you. Remember, we kept on discussing about walking into the doctor's office. We already believe in your credentials. We already believe you know what you're telling us about. We do not need a lot of spreadsheets and a lot of hard data. A little bit of it would be fine, but we really don't need a lot of data in your write-up. What we need is for you to be persuasive. Get us to listen to what you want us to listen, and actually to buy what you want us to buy. Whatever you want us to do, whatever you want us to stop to do, whatever you want us to learn, whatever you want us to adjust, that is what is most important. What is your call to action? That is what you sell in an op-ed. Then this one will not repeat because we already did it yesterday. The assignments, and I do not want, because none of us, I haven't looked at an assignment that I would want to share right now.
Excuse me, Dr. Grace. Your screen is dark. I don't know if everyone else is experiencing this on their end.
Thank you. Let me go back. I had put that intentionally, but thank you for that. Maybe some of us would easily also be wondering what is happening. So basically, I wanted us to open a discussion forum, and I wanted someone who is bold enough to either allow me to use their op-ed or post their op-ed here, so that we can try and go through the editing part of the op-ed using a sample that we already have. Is there anybody who is bold enough? If we are not bold enough, I can always do it I can do it theoretically, and then I can send back the written drafts that you have already drafted. Anybody else who is bold enough to share their op-eds with us? The one that you have drafted yourself, because if you share with us one that is not you who has drafted, then we'll be working with a finished line. And I would encourage that for those of us who have been drafting op-eds or publishing op-eds, tafadhali, let us not use yours, because for yours it's more of a finer job, so we may not learn a lot. I want to use one which we can learn from.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. Since I'm a learner and a non-scientist, can I kindly share mine?
Please. Paco, let me ask Kevina to support you with the sharing. Don't worry, just take a bit of time. We are honored to actually have you share your work. So we are happy. Kevina will support you.
Hello, Mr. Paco. I have your assignment. Can I share that with the team? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am, you can share it. I'm sorry. I was experiencing some technical difficulties. Thank you so much.
No worries, no worries. So I'll just project my screen and you'll tell me if this is the right one.
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
Okay. So you'll just direct me and then I'll move however you tell me to. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First we can look at the lead paragraph, the 5 Ws and the H. Mhm. I don't see them highlighted. Paco, could you please take us through the 5 Ws and the H that you were able to identify? I believe the lead paragraph that you have highlighted is from someone else's work. Is it, or is it your work?
The first question was to pull out an op-ed from a newspaper. So I managed to pull out an op-ed from the newspaper, and then I was trying to explain the lead paragraphs, the 5 Ws and H's. So I don't know if it's right or wrong. And then I drafted an op-ed on my topic of interest, health habits can beat breast cancer. We can just go through it and then identify the lead paragraphs.
All right, thank you. Let us kindly go back, Kevina, to the 5 Ws and the H. Paco, we actually don't want to put the pressure of whether it is right or wrong on your article. We are actually more than blessed to have a student who is bold enough to let us use their work. So don't feel the pressure. You're amongst the best that at least have tried. Many of us have not. So I don't feel the pressure. If you don't mind, you can let us know what you identified as the 5 Ws and the H. Kindly.
Thank you so much. But firstly, let us look at the picture that I've pulled out from the newspaper. Are you able to share screen the picture?
Yes, in just a second, please. Mr. Paco, please confirm that this is the image you're referring to.
Yes, this is the image that I've derived it from a newspaper, the Guardian, Botswana newspaper.
Would you like me to go back to the document, or do we stay on this image?
Let us stay on this image so I can explain the
Okay.
lead paragraph.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I pulled out this op-ed from a newspaper, as I believed it's an op-ed, as discussed in our previous lesson. The source is a picture from the Botswana Guardian dated Friday, 28 June 2024. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are clear. Thank you. We are listening.
Yes, ma'am. So my lead paragraph for the 5 Ws and HIS follows. The lead paragraph is Africa must look forward to solve economic challenges. And the first who is African countries. They must try to solve their own economic challenges. And the second W is what? And my what was socio-economic conditions that the African countries are facing. And the third W is where, and it's Africa as a continent is the one that is facing these economic challenges. And the fourth W is why. I've said is the African leaders, because they fail to uplift their undevelopment and socio-economic issues instead of the racialization of these issues. They will realize that they have the political and legislative power. So I don't know, because I'm a non-scientist and I've never done this before. I hope you guide me. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing, and we're also glad to interact with what you found. Now, we want to, Kevin, please let us click on the article. Sorry to draw you back. No, the one that we are projecting, the picture. Thank you. So when we look at Africans must look inward to solve economic challenges, what would we call this? Now, this is to the entire class. What do you call the line that I have just read?
I think that's the title of the op-ed.
Thank you. So that is the title of the op-ed, and often the title, most people draft the title when writing the op-ed, before writing the op-ed, but majority of them will either write the title or actually edit the title once they finish to write the op-ed. Why is this mainly the major practice? It's because when you're writing an op-ed, the title ought to be a summary of your recommendation. And sometimes during the process of writing and editing an op-ed, you realize that what you may have started with in mind is not what you have ended up in mind with in mind, because maybe you realize, oh, this idea is too long or it's too published. I think we looked at that yesterday. Let me dwell on this, or this is becoming too long. Let me dwell on this. So it is when you finish the op-ed that most of us will want to ask ourselves, what am I trying to say? And in a few words, you ought to give people a summary of what your op-ed is trying to tell them. So for this, the title of the op-ed is that Africans must look inward to solve economic challenges. Like, our help is not going to come from out there. And already that is already coming as a challenge, and it's already coming as a recommendation at the same time, because the title is already telling us that Kudra's opinion is that we are not utilizing the available resources that we have as Africans while we dwell on what is out there, and it's challenging us that is already not working, so let us look inward. Now, before I even continue reading, if I do not know who Kudra is, what do I want to do? I want to go to the byline. Okay, I want to go to the byline. His byline was not very exhaustive, but you can see his academic qualifications there have been given. I want to believe he's trained in law, possibly something to do with politics, and I also want to assume, I don't know whether BA could be anything to do with business or anything. I would have liked that his byline be a lot more elaborative, but it is not. Either it was cut off by the word limit or by the need to put the image there, or maybe they just chose to have it there, but it's not very what we say, it's not very elaborative. We would wish that his byline be elaborative, because that is what will give us the confidence to now continue writing, engaging with whatever he has to write. Because the first thing we want to go is, are you qualified to even give this opinion? Who are you? So now that we have looked, and I want to believe we are confident of who you are, and that I'm saying that because your byline will become very important. If, for example, you're writing an op-ed on, for example, breast cancer, like the one we are about to look at, we want your byline to tell us how qualified you are to give that opinion. You could be a medic who is specifically dealing with cancer. You could be someone who has years of experience as a researcher in cancer and all that. So please let that come out in your byline. And I want to believe that, Kevina, could you highlight for me what the byline is so that everybody is able to follow? The last sentence in the article, down there. Yes, there. Thank you. Kubero Nare. Is this the right person? Kabero, sorry. No. This is Kudra. Where's his byline? Please, let's go down. It could be, was this snapshot conclusive? I think no.
Conclusion is Cabello, it's Cabello Nari, LLBBAPPE. That's the byline of this article.
Thank you. And is Kabero Nare the same as Kudra Allen Dube?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's the same person.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The names just looked different. Because yes, that is how it ought to be. That at the byline, we ought to know what are your qualifications. You don't have to paste your whole CV, but it would be good if, for example, it were Kabero Nare, LLB, or maybe political analyst, LLB in brackets, and business expert, for example, if he's also because he's talking about economic challenges, so possibly he has an experience in business. So it would be good for him to put there, and it is always good for you to also give your contact details, even if it's just the email address down there, so that those of your followers who need to get more information from you can be able to reach out directly to you, because usually it is not very easy to reach writers to the media house. For example, to write to the media house and ask, could I get Kudra Allen Dube's contact, could work. Often it comes with a lot of delays. So writers are usually encouraged to please include their contact details at the bottom. Again, I'm saying the byline should not be your CV, but it needs to be just 1 or 2 lines maximum, but that are very, very elaborative about who you are. Now, let us go to the first paragraph. Who wants to support us with the reading of the first paragraph before we analyze it? A volunteer?
Hello, I can read it. I hope you can all hear me clearly. And yeah, it's a short paragraph. So it says, it's a shame that for most, if not all, African countries, the post-colonial era has seen Africans living in socio-economic conditions that are the same, if not worse, than during the colonial era. So I believe that's where it stops. I don't know if I should keep reading.
Yes, that's where it stops. A very brief lead paragraph, very, very brief. But you can see, as we were discussing yesterday, it basically, you remember we said that we must start strong. And you can see that it has basically summarized what the problem he's dealing with is and what he actually believes is the cause of this problem and what he thinks is the way out. Now, what do we think Kudra is telling us is the problem? Class, we are waiting on you kindly. What do we think, what is Kudra giving us as the problem? Remember, you don't have to be right, just try.
Hello. Please, can I try?
Did I?
You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. I think the problem is about poverty in Africa.
Thank you very much. It's about the economic challenges or poverty that we are facing as Africa. Okay, and what does Kubale suggest that could be the cause of these problems? Just from the lead paragraph before you even read the rest. What is the suggestion? What could be the challenge, please?
I think the challenge could be arising from the colonial era.
Thank you very much. He tends to say that the challenge is, how do I put it? It's like we have been taught right from the colonial era to rely on external help to help ourselves. Isn't that what he's trying to say? That it's like we have been conditioned to look outwardly other than inwardly. Am I right? Remember, we are reading this with you. Am I right? That is what he's trying to say.
I don't think in the first paragraph he's already talking about the conditioning per se. He's just highlighting the difference in socioeconomic conditions that probably saying it could be the same as during the colonial era or it has worsened. So maybe then later on he will describe what has actually caused these states.
All right. Thank you very much. You're right, because what I did was combine what he's telling us in the title and what he has told us with the lead. But you're right. Without looking at the title, when you look at the lead only, what he's trying to tell us is basically the challenge with the social economic conditions that he tries to compare, and that is what takes us to when now. when he's trying to compare the socioeconomic status as we are right now and as we were right from the post-colonial era, right? So when we look at the lead paragraph, we have already like highlighted so many of the what's and who's and where's and when's. And I would like one bold participant to just identify for us the 5Ws and the H right from the lead paragraph. Remember, this is usually not a straight-on answer. It's just an inferred answer. So feel free to try. What are the 5Ws and the H?
Yes, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think according to my analysis on this article or this op-ed, what is the socioeconomic status of most Africans, which is either worse or it has remained the same, and the one is during the post-colonial period, and the what is the problem, the socioeconomic status or the lifestyle of the Africans, and the why. I think the why has not been stated clearly, but I can suspect or I can assume that because the first part says it should be a shame. That means the why is Africans after the colonial era have never tried to improve their economic status. Therefore, they have been reluctant, and that should be the reason. Because that first part of the statement, which is saying it is a shame, meaning Africans have never been serious, and that is the why. And then the where it is in the most African countries or in most African economies. And then I think that is where I can stop. Thank you very much.
Oh, bravo, bravo, bravo. I think that is a very good wrap up. And the only thing that you have not captured, which we had looked at, is how. How is he encouraging us to look inwardly? And we said, to solve this. And we said that is inferred in the title. That basically he's just saying, look, this has not worked. We need to look inwardly. That is one of the hows you can look at. The other how is also inferred because basically when you say the socioeconomic status has been the same, basically he's inferring that even post-colonial era, we have not made any improvements, which basically means we are doing well even before the colonial era came, because what he's inferring is that where they found us is still where we are. So there is a problem there, and there is a pointer as to how he thinks we need to actually solve it. Now, as you can see, and this is the most important part of this, when we are talking about the lead paragraph, you can actually hold that newspaper from reading just the first paragraph and go home with something to think about. Just read the title, Africans must look inward to solve their own economic challenges, and then read the first lead paragraph. And even if it's time to move into a meeting, it has already left you with something to think about. And it may make you even want to look at this newspaper even 2 weeks later and read more details, because it has started off by giving a very good motivation of why we should go on to read more of this. Because if you look at the rest of the body of the paragraph, it is basically detailed analysis of his recommendation. You can see now he goes on to recommend, maybe I can get someone who is a fast writer to read us through just for the sake of learning processing, so that we can see how his body is now tied to the lead paragraph. So could someone please do us the favor? Any volunteer, kindly.
Sorry, you mean to read the rest of the op-ed?
Yes, please.
Okay, then could you please increase the font or magnification so that it's a bit clear, because it seems even other guys are not able to see. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, how many paragraphs should I read? Like the next two?
Do the best you can. Where you leave it, someone will pick it up. Don't worry. Thank you.
Okay, I can read two and then someone will pick it up. So I'll just start from the top so that we are all on the same page. It is a shame that for most, if not all, African countries, the post-colonial era has seen Africans living in socio-economic conditions that are the same, if not worse, than during the colonial era. This situation results from the failure of African leaders to uplift their people from poverty and achieve the economic progress desired at the dawn of their country's independence. Not only have African leaders failed to uplift their citizens, but they have also got into a convenient blame game of laying the blame of Africa's underdevelopment on Western countries and whiteness. Often, the failure of African leaders to improve the socioeconomic conditions of their people has been blamed on Western or white forces. However, this is a convenient excuse, as African leaders have had ample time to address the underlying causes of poverty in post-colonial Africa and improve their citizens' living conditions. Western countries, as the predominant colonial powers, are often blamed by some African leaders for Africa's problems, particularly its economic challenges. African politicians frequently hold Western countries, and by extension white people, responsible for Africa's socioeconomic underdevelopment. So, yeah, I think that's all. I will nominate Florence to continue reading.
Florence, you've been nominated. Okay, may I also nominate Cecil?
If it's not ready.
Daktari, can I read?
Please, please.
Thank you. They argue that the main reason Africa is not developing is because of Western influence and white dominance. A cursory look at the scholarly work of Professor Patrick Bod, a South African political economist, reveals that colonialism and neocolonialism have indeed played significant roles in Africa's underdevelopment. Despite the detrimental contributions of colonialism and neocolonialism, African leaders have had more than enough time to stand up for their people in the same way they did in helping people achieve political freedom. In the post-colonial era, there has been sufficient time for African leaders to align with their people and attain socioeconomic development for the people. Instead, having failed to achieve economic prosperity, this can be easily seen in the GDP decline of most African countries from colonial era to the post-colonial era. It has become common for someone please to mute themselves. It has become common for African leaders to conveniently blame Western countries and white people for the economic struggles of Africa. More effort is spent on laying blame elsewhere than on exerting effort on policy development. The main reason for Africa's underdevelopment is the failure of African leaders to create coherent and convincing economic development policies. In a 1962 interview with CBC, Robert Mugabe spoke of non-racialism, the idea that an individual is an individual regardless of their race, education, or wealth status.
The fight against colonialism was not against white people, but against the idea of one people subjugating another, including a socioeconomic context. The goal was to oppose those in power who benefit at the expense of the masses. When the rhetoric and effort to address socio-economic injustice, when the rhetoric and effort to address socio-economic injustice focus on fighting race, the struggle against economic subjugation becomes racialized. This approach not only distracts from addressing socioeconomic inequality, but also undermines the African philosophical outlook of Ubuntu. Ubuntu is an African philosophy which can be understood as I am, because you are reading Antigie Krog's Begging to the Black. It becomes clear why, according to the philosophy, Native Africans welcomed settlers with open arms, regardless of their race. Focusing on the racial aspect of a problem like Africa's underdevelopment is an African. An African outlook is one that looks at Africa's underdevelopment through non-racial lens. Resorting to racializing Africa's underdevelopment should only be done if the main cause of the underdevelopment is race. To racialize the underdevelopment where race is not the main cause of underdevelopment narrows down a complex issue down to populist and simplistic narratives. It also serves to alienate Africans from the essence of Ubuntu. There is no doubt that racial inequality exists in Africa. However, it is not the main contributor to Africa's economic underdevelopment. In an era where the sovereignty of countries is respected and African leaders can pass development-oriented laws, African leaders have long failed to seize the opportunity to develop their continent socio-economically. I think Daktari have done a substantial amount of reading. Kaidri, someone else to take it up from there.
Thank you, Cecilia. Someone else? Another volunteer?
Instead, they have been more than willing to provide convenient excuses for their own failures. Jacob Zuma is a curious case in this regard. During his term as president of South Africa, Zuma played a central role in weakening the state institutions. He appointed an economist, Tom Monyane, as head of the National Revenue Service, who subsequently crippled the service's ability to collect taxes and pursue tax evaders. Zuma became a leader figure in private individuals' corruption and capture of state approaches for personal benefit. This grand corruption, coupled with poor economic governance policies, significantly contributed to the regression of South Africa's economy, in the process further impoverished Africans. While in office, Zuma could have focused on policy development and worked with renewed economists such as Joseph Stiglitz and Paul Krugman to find solutions to underdevelopment in South Africa. Had he done so, he would have contributed towards improving the lives of Africans. The colonial era was a dark period in African history and brought great disruption to the African socio-economic way of life. The post-colonial era is supposed to be about the emancipation of the African people from the socio-economic deprivation. Yet the effort and rhetoric of African political leaders often focus on how Western countries and white people are responsible for Africa's underdevelopment as opposed to addressing deprivation. This rhetoric and effort come at the expense of policy development and implementation. If Africa leaders focus on resolving underdevelopment and socio-economic issues, instead of the racialization of these issues, they will realize that they have the political and legislative power, as well as the sovereignty to pass policies that can develop Africa economically. In an era where Africa parliaments are filled with native Africans, legislations, policy, rhetoric, and effort should be geared towards the socio-economic upliftment of Africans. Kabelonari, LLB, BAPPE. I'll try to find out these qualifications. I think let's go back to our source. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Wasn't that an interesting read? And we see so many of the qualities or characteristics of an op-ed that we had discussed. One of them being that it is about someone's personal opinion, not about a rebuttal. Like you may see, this is Kabelo Nare's opinion of where the economic challenges of Africa arise and how they can be solved. And even as we sit here in this class, we all agree that not all of us agree entirely with him. And there could be those who agree entirely, there could be those who feel no. I think you have a point, but not entirely. There are those who look at the white supremacy as the main cause of actually the challenges that we are having in Africa. There are those who will argue no, but you see the colonialists came and put us on a road down to fail. They changed our education system, they changed our language, they changed our form of economic exchange. They gave us paper for exchange and did away with our shells and with our barter trade. And you see, they basically put us on a road to fail. So we may want to blame our African leaders, but the actual blame goes to the white man. Okay, I'm not in any way trying to say that that is my opinion. No, I'm just trying to paint that there could be another completely different or to a big extent different opinion. And by the time Kabelo sat down to write this opinion, he was well aware of that. He was well aware that there are those people who are dwelling on blaming what he's calling the Western and whiteness, and he's having a feeling that we may blame the Western countries forever, but look here, the challenge is on our table. I'm the one who actually, as the African leader, should be leading my people out, not blaming someone else for not helping my people out. I think that is what he's basically trying to call us out to. Why is this important? Because when you get to write your op-ed, you please must own your opinion. You must own your opinion. The second thing that I would like to highlight from this op-ed, you remember us saying we don't mind being given some snippets of what would be collaborative or supporting information, but we don't need data spreadsheets here. We don't need a lot of data. We have not been told, he has not belabored in telling us which was the poorest country, which is now the richest country, what is the average GDP of Africa and all that. He has not belabored. He's comfortable enough to tell us that the socioeconomic status of Africa has not changed pre-colonial. And that is a problem that many of us will have as researchers. We will want to actually provide proof of that statement. What was the socioeconomic status of most African countries before their post-colonial era, and where is it now? So you see, what we are talking about, divorcing your science mind from the science writer and engaging on a science writer's mind. You see, Kabelo has made his point, and he has made his point without laboring to actually provide us with any proof, at least not on this paper. He is convinced that if you should get in touch with him and ask him to provide proof that most African countries are actually at the same place, he's able to provide that proof. That is why he has given us his qualifications here. That is why he's qualified. Remember, we said for you to write an op-ed, you must be an expert in the area that you are opining about. So he's confident that he's able to provide this information, but he's not feeling the burden of actually putting it on paper, because on paper it's a very short writer. So basically, this is what we are talking about yesterday. You see, as we have read here, there is not so much we would call jargon. Maybe a few new words to some of us, like Ubuntu and all that, but not quite a jargon, because Ubuntu is not quite a jargon, it's a concept that many of us, some of us may not know, but that we can easily get to know what Ubuntu means, even by a simple search on the internet. However, it is written in very plain language. Has he thrown in a few scholars here in their opinion? Yes, just to support his discussion or to aid in his argument. But he has not gone into quoting. What would do a scientist? That if you read, what was this man he quoted? Let me say Peter et al., for example. I don't remember who he quoted. He quoted someone. I don't know, pages this to this and this and this book, I don't know what. He said, no, that is not the kind of a backup. He just maybe Kavina, you can scroll to the left, and then I'll be able to pick out the gentleman that he quoted. He just says, if you are to go by the writing of so and so, and that was enough for him, and it was enough for us. So that is what we are trying to say, that we really don't need to belabor to prove our point. What we need to belabor to do is actually to make our opinion count. All right? I think this was a very good example of what an op-ed is. Of course, seated here, we can see different writing styles, and maybe some of us would want to do it differently. Kevina, I don't know whether you kindly scroll to the first column on the right. Thank you. You could scroll down. Thank you, Kevina. Like when you read the first paragraphs of this gentleman's writing, you realize that the first 3 paragraphs are very repetitive. I do not know whether it is by design, whether maybe that is his writing style, because there are those who actually use rhetoric and repetitiveness as their writing style. There are also those who use comical language to basically prove their point. There are also those who prefer to use satire. They are very satiric when making their point. So different people have different writing styles. If you read this gentleman's writing, the first 3 paragraphs, you realize that he has used a lot of repetition. Repetition in trying to make his point out of how the situation is and how the African leaders have failed. For some of us, would have liked to move on quickly from how the African leaders have failed to in which issues they are failing, because he has really dwelt on the blame of whiteness. The first paragraph, again, the second paragraph is also dwelling on again leaders blaming the whiteness, and again in the third paragraph the same. And like I'm saying, it could be that is writing style. You do not have to use it, but it's okay if it works for him. There are those who may want to use a little bit of satire. If you're really good at unpackaging satire or packaging and unpackaging, you could also use it. But the best place to actually where your writing language comes out the best is the first 3 or 4 paragraphs. That's where we get to know actually how you write and what your language is. And we say, embrace yourself, embrace yourself. The only thing that we have kept insisting is be polite, be professional, and at the same time avoid a lot of rebuttals. Do not do a lot of critiquing of other people. I know there are people who say, I'm simply analytical. That's my writing style. And many articles will refuse or will fail to be published because of that. Because op-eds are not actually meant to be rebuttals. So when you write it as a rebuttal, then it beats the sense of what's your point? Because op-eds are basically about what your point is, what your opinion is. So I think I really liked this example that was shared with us. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite a few questions or queries on this write-up before we now go to look at what our student had written and try to see whether it married something close to this or not. Class, please feel free to unmute, shoot, and we go on so that we also try and not use too much time on this.
Thank you, Doctor, for such a wonderful clarification. My question here is about qualification. So experience, can it be a qualification? Because some people, they could have their own opinion because of their experiences, not in terms of their academic qualification. So in terms of qualification for one to write an op-ed, can you kindly elaborate more on that?
Thank you very much. The answer is yes and no, because it depends with what is your call to action, for example. For instance, let me give a simple example. I'm not a nutritionist, so it would really be improper of me to write an op-ed where I recommend that pregnant women should not take supplements and should just use natural diet to keep their babies healthy. I may be a mother and I may have had the privilege of carrying through pregnancies, but that doesn't give me the moral authority to actually recommend women not to take supplements during their pregnancy, because my story is not their story, my body is not their body, and I do not have the scientific moral authority to actually base my argument on. Like I say, after this opinion, you need to be able to defend the call to action that you gave during your opinion. That's why I say, when you look at this gentleman saying that the economic, socioeconomic status or conditions of most of the African countries are the same, you check with him, he should actually, I believe he's able to justify that point. So you must be able to have a backup to the points that you're making. And for me, in that regard, I would not have a backup, because all the backup I would have is my own experiences, and you cannot share a scientific issue with experiences. That said, I could publish an op-ed on the same, but my my opinion could be perhaps not as pregnant ladies, women, to not eat supplements, but to eat healthy. Okay, like the role of healthy food in maintaining a working pregnancy, or the role of a particular workout. You see, that is not what should I say? Is not scientifically very sensitive. In that, I don't think there is anybody who has come scientifically pregnant women not to eat healthy, not to eat a lot of fruits, not to eat vegetables, not to keep a healthy workout regime. So that would, by the fact that I'm an experienced mother, that would be a safe place for me to venture on. But when it comes to scientific areas, then I may not want to use my basic experience as a mother to actually write an article. However, there are others that may not be scientific. I have gone to scientific because most of us are researchers. There are others which are not scientific. For example, a lot of things to do with politics. Yes, most of the people write politics out of their academic training and experience, but some of them will also actually put up op-eds based on their career experience. Maybe they are career politicians or career political analysts, despite them not possibly being trained in politics. So there are others who are happy to write about culture. Culture is something that you can opine on even without being trained on that. So what I'm trying to say when I'm saying yes and no is, if you're writing an op-ed on a science matter or on a matter that would require particular data to prove out your point, you're safer writing about something that professionally you're qualified to opine on. I don't know whether I have answered your question.
Yes, Doc, but which means one cannot write an op-ed regarding to the topic that is not in line with this field of qualifications. Like right now, I was writing about breast cancer because I'm an activist. So I'm not qualified to write about breast cancer. So my op-ed regarding the topic, I derived the topic from the commemoration of the Breast Cancer Awareness Month that happened this past week. So obviously, which means my op-ed won't make any sense because I'm not a doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. But remember that you can actually write an op-ed for someone else or based on someone else's experience and opinion. So the fact that you're an activist, that means that you have access to a lot of scientific information and a lot of scientific data that helps you form an opinion about certain issues regarding breast cancer. So that doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot completely write about breast cancer. For example, I haven't looked at your write-up yet, but for example, if you're calling upon the government of your country to actually make breast cancer treatment more affordable, as an activist, you definitely have information, support information that you have accumulated over time of your activism on how well funded is breast cancer or cancer treatment in your country. I may think based on that, you're very well qualified to actually write on such a topic. Perhaps what you may not want to venture into as an activist are the sensitive science of breast cancer. For example, wanting to recommend certain kinds of treatment for breast cancer. That may be way out of your hand. You may not want to write an op-ed recommending or de-recommending chemotherapy, for example. You may not want to do that. You may have your own opinions on that because you have possibly interacted with a lot of experts and a lot of patients who have a lot of experience in handling cancer. So you definitely have your opinion on what works and what doesn't work, but you may not want to venture on that. But on things that you are activating on, like for example, maybe calling on early detection and through mobilizing for early testing or routine testing. If you're actually writing an opinion on opinion on like I have just used an example on asking the government to make more treatment options available, or easing process and the cost of treatment for breast cancer, then yes, you're actually very much qualified because as an activist, that is what you're doing every day. Those are your realities. Those are the realities you're moving on. And should someone ask you, what is the funding rate right now? You have the data. Where would you rather it gets to? You have the data. So as long as you're confident that you can be able to substantiate your opinion, then do not be shy.
Thank you so much.
All right. But I hope I made my point clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Like I made my point clear in saying that you do not have to keep away. You do not have to keep completely away from the breast cancer issue. You just need. You remember when we were talking yesterday, we talked about choosing your battles. You just have to ask which topic in breast cancer sphere can I comfortably handle as an active. Right? Okay, I hope you answered and thank you for that question. I don't know whether there's someone else who has another question. Kindly. Just unmute and shoot. All right. Then I will assume that there's no more questions. Regina, you can now take us to the op-ed so that we are able to read through and improve it, all of us. Thank you. So I think the first thing we see is the topic, health habits can beat breast cancer. All right. What do you have to say about that topic? How could you'll allow us to have a bit of a positive criticism of your article? Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for being vulnerable. So, class, what do we tell of the topic that is there? Please, someone unmute. Let us know what you think of the topic. Paco has already made the writer has already made themselves vulnerable. So don't feel like you're offending anybody to give your opinion. Remember, it's your opinion, just to make the work a lot better.
Well, I feel like the topic we have already concluded before we even started.
We have already concluded.
Is that a good thing or what is it?
All right. Yes, I will wait to hear. I agree with you, but I will wait to hear what the others have to to say. Remember, we need to compare it with one of the topics that we have just read. But remember, this is a learning experience. So what do you think
Yes.
about this topic? Please, class, don't wait for me to motivate you by calling your names. I would prefer that you just unmute and shoot kindly. No protocol. Mora Muiru, what's your opinion on the topic? Mora Muiru? Okay, Amina Malim? Amina Malim, what's your take on the topic? Amina Malim. Kivida, maybe next time we should ask this training actually to happen with our videos on. Because I can see a few people assuming they're not hearing me calling their names. Maybe they are shy, but I believe it would be easier with their videos on. So someone please just unmute. Let us make this a bit interactive, kindly.
Okay, thank you, Daktari, for the opportunity. From the heading, I'm looking forward to hearing quite a number of habits, healthy habits being discussed that can help beat breast cancer. Thank you.
So you're comfortable with the heading?
Yes.
Right. I think many of us, yes? Okay.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
please. Yes, please, go.
Looking at that. Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Looking at the write-up, I think his write-up is mostly referring to Dr. Lekutile. I see less of his own opinion in the write-up. It's mostly Dr. Lekutile that he's referring to. Maybe there is less of an active voice. That's what I think.
Thank you for pointing that out. And you have kind of jumped the cut, but that's still okay. What do you think of the title before we even go down, kindly? Have I lost you? Have I lost you?
No, I'm still there.
Okay, what do you think of the title? The writer is vulnerable, so feel no offense. Just say whether you feel it or not. Okay, I guess you'd rather not cast your die, but it's okay. I think the topic is captivating in that many people, especially those who are concerned of breast cancer, will want to hear how health habits can help beat breast cancer. It's short, which is one of the characteristics of a title. It's elaborative. The only thing that we'll be looking forward is that we'll be hoping that we are actually having a topic that is teaching us on how healthy habits. I don't know that I think it's healthy. I don't know that it's health or healthy habits. English sometimes can be tricky. Can actually beat breast cancer. So here we are talking about health, we are talking about habits, and we're talking about the beating of breast cancer. Now, we do not have a very clear lead paragraph, because what comes first is more like a sentence. Sometimes we take this form of writing when we are writing for the electronic media, but it is not where we break the paragraphs into small lines, just for the sake of making it comfortable to our eye. But when you're writing for paper publishing, then you may not want to use this kind of paragraph where you have broken it into smaller sentences. Because like here, I want to believe that the paragraph, is made up of the two sub-paragraphs. So I'll read. Routine and prompt diagnosis followed by treatment coupled with healthy lifestyle are key in fighting breast cancer. The disease affects females and males, but 99% of breast cancer cases occurs in women, and 0.5 to 1% occur in men. Gaborone Chief Medical Officer Dr. Tatayon Lenkutile stated during a breast cancer awareness event in Gaborone on Friday. Now, from reading that that lead in itself, or what ought to be a lead, it already tells us that we are actually not dealing with an op-ed. We are actually not dealing with an op-ed. Do we see that? Do we see why we are not editing an op-ed in this case?
Yes.
You can see why we are not. What are we probably, because this morning we've gone through what eds are not. Looking at what we said op-eds are not, what do we think here we picked an op-ed to be?
I think you are right, doctor, because it's supposed to be my own opinion, not someone's opinion. It's not his opinion. It was his statement. He was giving us a speech.
Thank you very much. So this could actually fit very well. You could fit this very well as a feature if it were made a bit longer and more elaborative. It could also come across very well as a news story, okay? Or maybe a press release if you're possibly celebrating the breast cancer day, and you want to create a bit of awareness on cancer, then this write-up would really be nice. But when you look at how it has opened with a lot of detail. Remember, we say as scientists, we need to avoid giving these details. One, we're giving about the percentages of the women of cancer prevalence, possibly in the country. We're giving a lot of percentages there, 99%, 0.5%. We are throwing in recommendations, actually backup of our claim. That is where we are Dr. Lekutile and reporting what he said, which is a great thing, but it may not feature as an opinion editorial. All right, the writing style is not that of an opinion editorial, and also the way we have structured it, we have not structured it as an opinion editorial, because even if you're to read, you're to go by the first lead paragraph, then you realize that it doesn't give us the story. You remember the one that you had attached there, give us the full story of the 5 Ws and the H. If we are trying to look at the 5 Ws and the H from what would be your lead, we could have a bit of a challenge, because you see, your title is talking about healthy habits, but you have introduced quite a number of other things. You have talked about routine and prompt diagnosis. You have introduced or reintroduced healthy lifestyle, but you have also introduced the issue of female and male, which ought now to be coming down there to support your claim or your opinion, not necessarily in the lead. So you realize that it has taken quite a bit of a mix, I would actually call a mix of a bit of a news story and a mix of a science paper. I actually see this like it carries a lot of an abstract kind of structure. But like I said, to win is to start. You already drafted this. This was a very good trial, and you already won the first round. Trust you me, you're a lot better than many of us who have not attempted. So congratulations for this. But I think we have seen it as an example of what op-eds are not, and we thank you for giving that opinion. And I think I wouldn't be shy to actually encourage you that even for those who have sent their links, I'm expecting that majority of them for assignments, sorry, I'm expecting that majority of them will actually not totally take up the structure of an opinion editorial. But the more you try, the better you become. All right? So I don't know whether we are comfortable to allow that we stop the sharing of this, and maybe someone else who wants us to look at theirs can tell us that we look at it briefly, like 5 minutes, just their own write-up, not what you came up with in the newspaper, your own write-up. We look at it and then proceed. Thank you. We are learning, so let's be vulnerable. Don't be shy. Thank you, Paco, for being positive. I'm actually very encouraged.
Thank you, Doc.
Anybody else who wants to volunteer to use their own write-up? So most of you, many of you have tried. I see. I have a write-up from Cecilia, an assignment from Cecilia, George, James, Okalang, Marianne, Paco, Precious. I have quite a number, but I want to get permission to share an op-ed that is drafted by one of you. Anyone? Even if I have not read out your name, kindly. Flaviano Chikonyora. Did you prepare any? Flaviano? Okay, Leticia. All right, then I think Paco, you were the only brave.
Doctor.
Sorry.
Yes, doctor. Mine was not complete, but we can look at it.
Okay, please. Had you shared it?
Yes, Okalang.
Okay. Kivina, do you mind sharing with us Okalang's write-up, just for learning purposes?
Sure.
Thank you. I hope everybody can see that in the screen. I would want to go down to the write-up itself. Thank you, Okalang. I can see. Just a minute. Is that his write-up?
No, the write-up is down. Scroll down.
Wait. Before we scroll down, there's what is there?
That was the article I'd looked at, but I have my write-up also down.
Okay, just a minute before you go. Fishing gear worth 1.5 billion baht in Kigali. That is what you picked as an op-ed, right? Emmanuel?
Yes?
That was the example of your op-ed, not your write-up, but what you picked from the newspaper, right?
This is the one I picked from the newspaper.
Okay.
Then
Before you
then
go to your write-up, just as a short engagement, please. Reading from the title, do you consider it an op-ed? Emmanuel? Sorry, I hope
Yes.
you're being a bit vulnerable here. Do you still consider it as an op-ed, just looking at the title?
It's open for discussion.
All right, it's open for discussion. But how about yourself now?
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes, please.
According to me, it may not be really an op-ed because it seems like a report or a story, something that has already happened and it is to be reported. That person is reporting what happened in Kigali. Fishing gear worth this burnt in Kigali, that means something happened, an incident that happened and this person is reporting, not really an opinion. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, from the title itself, we can tell that this is not an op-ed. This was actually a news article. How do we know that? Like we have said, our colleague has shared, this is already reporting something that has already happened. It's not quite an opinion. You can even see the first paragraph. It starts with the local leadership emphasized the need for compliance with fishing regulation. So this is actually not someone's opinion. This is a reporter reporting on a directive from the government that is being taken seriously, and those who flout the directives are actually paying for it. Okay, and we are seeing that it's specific effort to tackle illegal fishing practices in Kigali security team, led by the resident district commissioner Lilian Ruteharo, banned fishing gear valued at 1.5 billion Ugandan shillings at Kibetere landing site on Lake Albert. Now, that is more of a news story, and this is a very good example of what we are talking about when we are saying what an op-ed is not. And I'm glad that we got some of these things wrong, because now they open our minds more to what op-eds are. Remember, an op-ed is a write-up where the writer is sharing their own opinion, all right? It's not about, it could be actually a discussion of something that happened, although mostly that one comes is, like I said, a letter to the editor, but there are places, for instance, what we were saying yesterday, if we had someone die out of cancer and you're writing an op-ed on cancer, then that could be done. But you'll not be reporting on the person who died. No, it will be writing on the death of a prominent person who lost their life to cancer. But you will not be dwelling on that. You will be dwelling on how to better handle cancer or cancer treatment in the region or in the country. So it has to be your own opinion. All right, Emmanuel, I hope you've learned something.
Yeah, I'm getting you.
All right, thank you for being vulnerable. Now, let us go down to your article and look at it. Okay. Let's just go down to his article. Okay, there. You also wrote more like you really want to be a journalist. You really want to be a journalist because this really passes very well as a news story. Emmanuel, I think you can be a very good science journalist.
Sorry?
But I'm saying I think you can be a very good science journalist.
I am not sure.
No, I am telling you. I'm telling you, you seem to have a liking for science news, which is a good thing, but very few people want to go there. But we can see this is more of a news story. You're telling us about ginger fishes that count heavy losses after FPU seizure. And you see, even it is typical, it is actually typical of a news story. You know, a news story, the writer comes up there. But for us, is op-eds, we have seen that the byline comes down there. Other than for electronic media sometimes you'll put the byline on top if they are doing it as an electronic newspaper. But typically the byline comes at the bottom of the write-up because remember we said an op-ed is not about you, it's actually about your opinion. So you want to see your opinion come first. But what we have here is actually a very good example of a news story. And you have started it well. Fishers in Ginger City are reporting losses estimated to 1 million. You're telling us who, you're telling us how much, you're telling us why. The why is because the FPU has confiscated and destroyed their nets. You're telling us another why, that the nets are illegal. You're telling us where, it's in Ginger. You're telling us how. You're telling us even the when. You can see you've even given us the date there. And remember, we said it is also typical of a news story, only that we said that the news story is actually it starts like an op-ed, but the news story is a lot shorter and it's not exciting. But it still gives us the 5Ws and the H, which is really, really important. So I think this was a very good, just reading the intro here. It's a really, really, really good news story. However, it is not an op-ed, unfortunately. And I would call upon us to look more on op-eds. I would actually request that Kevina shares with us the op-ed that was shared by Paco. It was a good example of an op-ed so that we can compare with it when we are looking for other op-eds in the newspaper. So thank you so much. Thank you for being vulnerable. And congratulations for being a journalist. Keep writing. You may not get op-eds right, but if you can get news stories right, still okay. There are a lot of forums where you can publish also, like science news. So do not feel like your effort is totally lost. I can see you've done a good job. It's short, it's precise, and I haven't read through it, but I can already tell you that the intro is good. So maybe you can jump away from Emmanuel's story. I can take one or two questions. We can take a short health break, then come here to now go into other types of writing as we conclude on op-eds. Thank you. Any questions? Shall I take it to mean that everyone is okay? All right, thank you so much. So let us take 20 minutes break so that, no, 10 minutes, sorry. So that we come back here at 11:30. Then we'll be able to conclude very swiftly on op-eds and then go into other topics very swiftly. We'll conclude actually in about 2-3 minutes. I don't mind taking a little more time reviewing this because this would really be important for you. Do you really feel confident that at least you can draft? You may not get it right the first day, but at least you can draft something because it's out of what you draft that the editorial team will be able to edit and then you get better and better and better. But do you feel confident at least you know what an op-ed is and how to go about drafting one? You can unmute or you can speak. All of you have no opinion on this is very interesting. I'm waiting for you. I have been training you on how to air your opinion.
Madam,
Yes.
Madam, come again.
I'm saying that now that people are learning on how to share our opinion.
Yeah.
I want to know whether all of you have the confidence to at least draft an op-ed, that they have the confidence, they know what an op-ed is, and they can draft one. If there is us who still feels, I am not confident I can still draft an op-ed, please don't wait for this to pass. Let me know. If it's an issue I can pick up right here, I can pick it up. If it is not, I can be careful to follow up with you and make sure that at least you have grasped this. Because
I've submitted my assignment. Mine is on the awareness creation about climate change in urban setting. And first of all, I narrated the problem. What is really the climate change and whatever. Then I tried to, the second one is that I try to create awareness about the dangers, what we need to do, so that with this awareness, people, the mitigation and adaptation factors can be adopted, so that people in the urban sector, specifically in Ghana, Sunyani, is also an urban urban setup. It's one of the regional centers, regional capital of Ghana. So that is my area. I don't know whether maybe you can add something to me for me.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you submitted your assignment. So you're among those who feel confident, at least they can draft something. Now, can I hear from those who feel that they're struggling, so that I can get to know where you're struggling? Yes, Congo.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, please, let us know where you're struggling.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, really this course or this 2 days training has a great impact in enhancing my skills for writing an op-ed. Previously, I used to admire the columnists in the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Those people, they post a lot, and I was actually one time admiring their work, and I was like, how do these people qualify to come up with this write-up? on the op-ed, the column pages of the newspaper. I, in fact, one time wanted to try the way they're doing, but the training was not there. But I think this time, after here, I would like to register as one of the columnists because I will be making some write-ups on education. I have the opinions, but I was not having the skills for putting them across. But I think this training has influenced me so much. And slow by slow, when I begin, through the advice and of the editors of the newspaper and some other people, some specialists, I think I will pick up from here and will be a great person in future. Thank you very much.
I'm so blessed by that feedback. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to work with you, the path. In case you get stuck somewhere and you feel TCC would be of support to you, please feel free to reach through to us. We'll be able to support you to make your dream come true. I'm also very interested to also hear about people who are stuck somewhere. I really don't want to leave you stuck. Kindly let us know in case you're stuck anywhere. Okay, friends, then I think it is safe to assume that we are all good and that we can all be able to handle an op-ed. That is very, very encouraging. Like I have said, then please reach out. This is a journey. It is not, we are not ending it here. Reach back. Let us know how better we can support you to realize that dream. All right, so now we are going to change gears a bit. So allow me to share another bit of presentation. As per what we needs gaps revealed is that most of us would like to know to get tips on how to handle the media, possibly how to conduct ourselves during media interviews. And I'll be rushing through because it's a very long yet very interesting kind of conversation. I would want us to run through, but very fast. So I hope everyone's mind is focused on this so that let me upload that. For some reasons, I've had a bit of a challenge sharing my screen, but don't worry, we'll get there. I think we are there now. We can all see my screen, right? Sorry. Can someone confirm that you can please see your screen? My screen again? On your screen?
Yes, it's visible.
I can see your screen.
All right. Thank you so much. So now that we have gone through how to go on working not so much of a face-to-face communication. We now want to go into oral or face-to-face science communication. But before we go to that, allow me to point out this, that we did not for any purpose or any particular reason narrow down on op-eds. We narrowed down on op-eds depending on the need gaps that you presented. However, opinion editorials are not the only kind of science communication materials that we use. Of course, they are the most common because science is mostly sharing about our opinions as scientists and breakthroughs that we are finding in our research. So they are the most common, but there are many other forms of science communication materials. Like we have seen our friend who had done a very good news article. It is actually a place to venture. There are very many media houses right now that are hiring journalists who have a background in science for the purpose of reporting science news, because science news sometimes is not very easy to report for normal journalists. So it's also a very good area to be at. However, we have others, like we have the policy briefs, we have newsletters and all that. But depending on where we are and our knowledge gap, we picked opinion editorials as the most useful in this training, and that is where we go. Then also kind of at the very once you're able to do an opinion editorial, then I can assure you, you become a very good science writer. All right. I don't know whether if you can hear us, Leticia. Leticia, you may want to mute to put off your video. Thank you. All right. So now let us go back to other more face-to-face kinds of discussion, and we are looking on media interviews, as many of you expressed interest in. Now, what are the keys to a good interview? This is more of a discussion because they are just general things that you just need to get to know. The first thing may sound as pretty obvious. Prepare before the interview. It may actually sound pretty obvious, but it is not as obvious as it may sound. Trust me, this preparation may take a week, may take days, may take hours. It depends on what the interview is about and how long it is. And the interesting thing is that the hardest interviews to prepare for are the very shortest and the very longest. Mid-timed interviews are a bit easier to prepare for because these are interviews that are neither too short nor too long, which means the amount of information that you're covering will not be too little and will also not be too much. And at the same time, you'll have a good time to actually think through your process and organize your mind. But when you're called for a 3-minute media interview or 5-minute media interview that you realize how intense it is, because often you have to have your thoughts and opinions very ready for you to share with very fluent and logical kind of a thought process, which doesn't come natural. Even for us who have been communicating for years, we still have flaws when we are sharing interviews. You still find us carrying around a lot of bags, what they call the voice bag, things like
Excuse me, Dr. Grace, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but people are saying they can't hear you clearly.
Okay. Can you hear me, Lisa?
It's
Hello?
also faint on my side. It's a bit faint. Yeah.
It is faint. It is faint. We can't get you very well.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me try to switch it off a second. Can you hear me now? Or is it still faint?
I think it is okay. I can hear you very well on my side.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone with a problem hearing me?
Yes,
I can hear you,
increase the
but it
volume a
is
little.
faint.
Yeah, not very clear.
Not very clear yet.
You're becoming better. Try again.
Your last question is better.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm better now, right?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. So allow me to do a quick recap on what I was talking about preparation before the interview. I was saying that preparing for the shortest interviews is usually the hardest job because often you need to have your thoughts, your points put together, and you also have to organize your thoughts in that to eliminate most of the, at least as many bugs as you can. And I was just sharing that it is not easy, that even for us who are in science communication fields still struggle with it. And I was just using an example of what I have just done. Those are bugs and they don't make a very good interview process. And it is one of the things that we need to practice to eliminate. So it becomes a lot more difficult to actually communicate without the bugs if your thoughts are not very well ordered, if your mind is all over, if you're trying to think about what to say while already saying it. And mostly it comes with the pressure of needing to communicate so much within a very short time and so much that you hadn't properly thought through what you need to say, how you need to say it. And it just basically hampers your communication process. That is what we are saying. When we say prepare before the interview, it may sound like obvious, but it is not as obvious as it may sound. Often you need to rehearse your points, you need to think them through, you need to reach out to the media, to the interview person and get to know whether they are need questions that they can share with him. And here it's very open to share with you so that you can be able to know what topic we will be discussing, what areas we will possibly be going into the interview so that you come into the interview very prepared. You also need to prepare for the interview on how you dress. This is especially important for live streaming and especially for those who are going for audio visual. Maybe it's a TV interview and all that. You need to dress in what we call the camera friendly colors. Most of us know this, but for the sake of those who do not know, please allow me to repeat this. There are some colors that are known to be bleeding colors that are not actually encouraged to be worn indoors for interviews or even outdoors where there's a lot of light. And one of the bleeding colors is red colors like red. Red tends to bleed every time it is a lot of light is shed on it. White could be safe as long as it's not pure white. It has, a backup, maybe a coat or a shawl or something of another color. But white is fine for indoors. It is, however, not okay for outdoors. It kind of tends to blur out. So we do not want to put on a lot of white when you're going for the media interviews. It may actually affect your preparation phase. Often the media want you to cool down a bit of the color that is emitting from your clothes. And you shouldn't feel uncomfortable if they are asking you to maybe put a coat on top or something like that. It's not discrimination. It's just for the sake of having a good color balance. Then we have checks and stripes. We are encouraged to please never put on checks and stripes to media interviews, live audiovisual, especially where you will be the focus of the discussion because stripes and checks do not come out very well in the media. They tend to flicker a lot. They tend to keep the eye very uncomfortable, and therefore your interview may not come out as good as you'd have hoped for. So as much as possible, put on not very, 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 very shouty colors, just calm colors like black, navy blue, quiet beige, and all that. They're really good for interviews. But that doesn't mean you must look all dull. Even colors like blue, as long as it's not shouting blue, is fine. And where you're having a shouting color, maybe it's what you were wearing before you were called for the interview, you can throw in a duller color. For instance, you can put on a more quieter colored coat or a shawl or a sweater or something. It helps a lot. Sometimes when you go to the media house and you are not ready for that, sometimes often they are able to assist you, get something to cool down your colors, maybe a coat of your own size or a shawl that you can throw around. So don't feel shy to use them. They're usually available actually for people who may need them. That is one form of preparation. The other form of preparation is how comfortable are the clothes you're wearing, let alone just the colors and the prints. You also need to look at how comfortable are the clothes you're wearing. If it's, for example, for gentlemen, it's place that you see you'll need, for example, to sit down. Are you comfortable enough with the pair of shorts that you're wearing, trousers that you're wearing? When you sit down, are they likely to push up a little too much? It's usually not a problem for the men, for as long as you're confident of the pair of socks that you're wearing. The reason why we want to prepare you in advance is so that you do not start thinking too much about yourself while you're in the interview, and you can actually go out there to do something about your plan. So for the gentlemen, it is actually very important for you to watch out for your bottoms, watch out for your shoes. I don't know for what reason, but we tend up to focus on the bottoms a lot for men. So focus on the shoes, make sure that your shoes are okay, like if it's leather shoes, you have polished them. Not a big deal if you don't, but if really you don't want to come across as not having polish, then please make sure they're polished. Pick up a pair of the socks that actually is consistent with the pair of trousers that you're putting on. It will help a lot, and also make sure there's a bit of a good flow between your shoes, your socks, and your trousers. Very important. For the ladies, we want to also look at the length of our dresses that we wear. It's okay as long as you're comfortable with it. But the question is, will you still be comfortable with it when you're seated? Because often as ladies, we're comfortable with dresses and our skirts when we're standing up. But when we sit down, especially when it's a couch where it's open and then we realize just how many cameras are before us, we start now getting a bit uncomfortable, and you'll find us trying to cross and sweep and pull our legs, which can make our interview process not very comfortable. So it is good for you to actually try out your dress and see whether you're comfortable sitting with it in an open air, like where there is no distraction in front of you and where there are cameras in front of you. If you're comfortable, then that's fine. The same as for gentlemen. We also need to look into the prints of what we wear, but it's usually not so much of a problem with the ladies as it is for men, because I think men are the ones who tend to prefer a lot of printed and checked shirts. For ladies also, it is good to learn that we should avoid the bleeding colors, and we should avoid patterns that have a lot of prints and checks, just for the sake of how we appear in the camera. So that is one. Two, what happens if you go and you felt comfortable as a lady in your dress, and now suddenly for no reason, maybe the crotch is a bit higher than you thought, and suddenly you're feeling a bit not too comfortable. Then we advise you to take the corner seat. The corner seat is a lot more comfortable. The corner couch is a lot more comfortable. It gives you options of different ways that you can cross your legs and you can put your legs along the couch, such that you're not exposing yourself right in front of the camera in angles that may make you uncomfortable. The angle seat gives you more options, and most of the media houses are kind enough to actually leave the angle seat for the ladies who may want to use them in case it's a mixed audience. So this is something that is actually done intentionally. So what I'm trying to say here is that you not only need to prepare yourself psychologically in terms of what you're going to share, mentally in terms of what you're going to share, you also need to prepare yourself psychologically based on what you're wearing and how you're going to sit and how you're going to appear. Make sure you're comfortable yourself, am I comfortable with these looks in front of the world? If you are, then it's fine. It's gonna be a bit more challenging if you're appearing in the media interviews for the first time, but as you get used, it actually becomes unnatural. You don't even think about it. You're so used to it. You know what to wear. You know how to conduct yourself and all that. Another thing that often throws us out of place when you go for a first interview, and it's important for me to point it out when you're talking about preparation, is actually how much light and sometimes heat can be in the media house. Heat that often emanates from the lights that are in the media house. It depends on how our studio is, but some studios need a lot of lighting. And sometimes in the studio, we may have quite a number of people around in the open arena, cameramen and all that. And it is good for us to go prepared that we're going to a room that is possibly going to be filled with people and is possibly going to have quite a number of cameras in every angle, is likely to be very brightly lit, and is also likely to get to be a little warmer than it was outside. Not that it is go uncomfortably warm. No, I have not seen studios that are uncomfortably warm. We just state it so that you are psychologically prepared, that you're going to a place that may be a little warmer than the normal, the witty warm. That is basically what I'm trying to say, just for your discomfort. But nowadays we have, temperature regulators that will make sure that as much it's warmer, it's also comfortable level. So those are some of the things that we actually need to get to know. In the part of preparation, it is also important for us to prepare ourselves with, maybe if it's a panel, get to know who you'll be meeting, get maybe to do a little bit of research on how to interact with them, maybe do a bit of research of what are their pet subjects, what have they been featured before, what are their professional backgrounds, just so that when you're walking into the room with panelists, you do not get to know them during the media interview. Not that there's a problem getting to know them during the interview, but just gives us a bit of homely feeling when you go in, knowing who you're actually going to meet and what you're probably going to be discussing and how long it's likely to be, and with in which media forums it's likely to be shared with. And it is okay to actually ask these questions to the person who has invited you into the media interview. All right. Okay, so I think that is it, more about preparing for the interviews. How about during the interviews? We have already said we'll be going down to it on how you need to prepare, on how to package your information during the interviews. I've already given a just like a debrief, but you'll be able to look at it. Then there is the mass media tips for communicating with the press and also understanding communication. Right. So that was just a general introduction. Let us now go direct to how to conduct yourself during the interview. We're saying that what we need to do first is, please, just like we learned during the op-ed writing, let us talk in lay terms or layman's language, without necessarily saying, as I would put it as a layman. We don't have to keep reminding our audience that we are not laymen. As long as we're talking to laymen, let us be laymen in our language, but professionals in the information that we share. In that the information be professional, but the language be lay. So let us use as little jargon as possible. Actually, the preferred is no jargon at all, but you'll find that there are times when there are abbreviations that are actually more known than the full spelling of the word. For example, if you're talking about AMREF, for instance, people know AMREF more than you would want to spell out the full meaning of AMREF, right? So for some instances, it is okay to actually use a little acronyms and a little jargons that you believe are actually known to the layman. But for jargons that are not known to the layman, please spell it out. Like we said yesterday, instead of saying a cardiologist, you could say maybe a heart doctor. Okay, I know a heart doctor is not quite a cardiologist to a doctor, but to a layman, a cardiologist is actually a heart doctor. So yes, let's just call you a heart doctor. We are happy with that. It will stick longer. So spell it out instead of using the jargons. Then tell stories and make sure basically your opinions and anecdotes usually basically point out to your own opinions, your own experiences and all that. Basically be personal, be personal, be personal. Give examples, be vulnerable, because sometimes you find that when we are called into the interviews, just by the nature of us being scientists, we are so guarded, and it is natural. Don't feel uncomfortable if you find yourself guarded on how much you share. I usually say scientists and experts in the security field are the most guarded of interviewees that will ever be. They are so guarded in what they tell. They're so guarded on the information they give. They're so guarded on how that information could be used against their careers or could make them look shallow in their careers and all that. So it's natural for you to feel guarded, but it will actually help when you realize that you're not here at your capacity as a lecturer. You're not here as at your capacity as a researcher. You're here at your own personal capacity to share your own stories, to share your own experiences, and basically to share your own life. So do not carry the burden of your institution with you. It may just hinder your communication. Then we also say during the interview, it is good to keep your answers short. Why? One, interviews are basically very timed, they have a very short spans, so you need to communicate as much as possible. You'll always have a second invitation where you can give more elaboration on what you meant if there is need for elaboration, but please keep your answers very short. And the easiest way to keep your answers short but understandable is to use real life experiences and to use examples other than to use very professional kind of explanation using a lot of data and a lot of spreadsheets, as we call them. Because you'll use 5 minutes with the spreadsheet and then you want to use another 6 minutes to elaborate more on your spreadsheets, and the time will not allow that. So just be confident that we trust you, go ahead and share your opinions. Then the next point is that you need to think about what to say before you speak. I already dwelt on that about eliminating bugs by coming ready for with what you need to share. And then the next is define 2 to 3 main inputs that you'd like to make. Remember, we were talking about call to actions. Every form of communication must actually have a very clear opinion. Be it a preaching on the pulpit, be it a speech you're giving on graduation day, be it any kind of non-scientific communication, actual or science communication to non-scientific audience, actually needs to be very clear on the take home, or what we call to action. At the end of this, what do you want me to know? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? How do you want me to change my life? That needs to be very clear, and it needs to be at the center of all the communication. If your take home is eat less salt, we must hear it throughout your conversation. Eat less salt, eat less salt, eat less salt. And if I am to go by the example that we had of the op-ed that was shared with us about relying more on a personal capability as African leaders to provide our own answers, as opposed to looking at the West and starting to blame the West when we don't deliver what we want for our people. You can see that was clear from the first paragraph to the last paragraph. that what the writer was calling us, let us get our mind off the West and start looking for our own local solutions to our own problems, and sort of our own people with our own indigenous thoughts and processes and solutions. That message was very consistent. That was the take home. So you also need to ask yourself, what am I communicating? Just get one or two things. More than two are too much. More than two are too much. Best is one. If it can't be one, then let it just be 2 points. More than that, unless they're very simplistic points like wash your hands, keep distance and all that, there's some eat healthy. Those are very easy to keep action points, so you can have up to 3. But let us try as much as possible to limit the number of take homes that we are giving the people, so that our communication is actually very efficient. Then the last thing we're saying is gather facts, figures, and anecdotes to support your points. Anticipate questions the reporter might ask, and have responses ready. This is what we are saying. Always be very familiar with what you're likely to be sharing, sharing during the interview, and be ready with answers. We have already spoken this about speaking in complete thoughts. When we are talking about being ready, come ready with your thoughts ready. So such that you'll not find yourself hanging and then thinking of how to complete the sentence. Basically, the shortest route to actually giving complete thoughts is be present. Be present. The moment you're talking or you're responding to an answer or you're giving a contribution, and your mind goes to, is my phone on silent mode? Basically, you lose the flow. By the time you catch it back, you already have the hours and the hours and repetition of things. Like I was saying, you see my brother, you see like it has been said, a lot of killer words that actually you're giving us but are not helping our discussion. They are not progressing our conversation. So we actually can kill that by coming to the discussions present. Make sure that your mind is present, your thoughts are present on what is going, and you have given yourself 100% to the discussions that are happening. Then the next point to take home is never say anything that you do not want to read in print. Basically, we usually say, there is never off the cuff. You know, the way you say off the cuff, I said this or I put up this before the interview started rolling. And you know what? As long as you're talking to a journalist, there is basically nothing off the cuff. So be sure that whatever you're speaking to a journalist, you're comfortable to read it, you're comfortable to hear it, and you're comfortable to actually let it get to other people. If you're not comfortable with it, please don't let it out, because this can actually cause a lot of embarrassment to you, where you thought that was just a friendly chat before the interview started, and then somehow in the discussion you hear it coming in and you're kind of embarrassed, thinking, I didn't know that was coming in. Yeah. In the media field, there is nothing like off the cuff. So what you don't want to hear, don't discuss it with the journalist. All right. How about how to prepare for the interview? We have already said that you prepare a single communication objective. You anticipate the reporter's questions. I'm just summarizing this we have already said, and that you provide the reporter with a written summary of information, that is main points or statistics. This is especially when you're doing a topic or when you're covering a very deeply scientific topic, sometimes to avoid being misquoted or data being misrepresented. It actually helps to hand in the interviewer or the reporter just a summary of what you shared, but in written forms, and especially in data and quotes and all that. It actually helps so that in case this has to be reported or more information and content has to be drawn from this, then the journalists know where to start. Some of us will want to share it slightly before, but even if you're not able to share it slightly before, please make sure that you share it after the interview. All right, how to carry yourself during the interview. Like I said, I had already preempted this. So I'm rushing through it. Still the most important information. All right, don't dwell too much on the background information before you have stated the fact. Why are we saying this? The interview, in the interview room, time is of essence. We really need to communicate as much as we can within the time frames that we have. And not all time is our time. There is time for the reporter to ask questions. There is time for the commercials. There is time if you are a panelist. There is a time for the other panelists to speak. And therefore, if you're not able to put your points across very well, you may realize that at the end of the interview, you may feel like your time was really not very well used because you got to say very little, or you feel like you never were able to put your points across. It's just about how you manage your time. And being ready, preparing yourself ahead is everything. Basically, going to an interview without preparing yourself is like walking into an exam room without having prepared yourself. You'll just use your time and at the end of the day not have too much to put across. Okay, then we have said that many people will make the mistake of talking too much. Repeat your points if necessary to get back on track. What we are saying here is that before we get used to summarizing our conversations, we tend to talk too much. We tend to veer off because we take a storytelling model in our interviews. Storytelling models are not the best for media interviews. They are the best for features. If they are having a features on you as a person, perhaps there is a breakthrough you have on a water treatment reagent, for example, or you have come up with a cancer management regime that is really working, and the media house has come to you, or the media has come to you to do a feature on you, then please take a storytelling approach. Let us know how it all began, what role it's playing, how it's helping people, what impact it has. Storytelling is really important for a feature. But when it is actually a media interview, a typical media interview, you may not want to take a storytelling approach because it will take longer time than the journalist has. So what happens when you find yourself veering off? Maybe you went on to give an example and you actually lost yourself. Just repeat what you wanted. A single repetition of the point you're trying to make keeps you or brings you back on track. All right. The other thing we're saying is mention the subject by name several times during the interviews. For instance, if you're talking about, let me see an example. Drought is a shock of climate change. Then don't keep saying it when you mean drought. You know, it will cause a lot of havoc. It will cause a lot of hunger. It will cause a lot of economic downgrading. What is the it? It's drought. We're expecting drought, and should the drought come, it will cause a lot of hunger. The drought is actually likely to see a lot of loss of lives or livestock. The drought is likely to see a lot of degradation of our land. So keep reminding us what you're talking about by mentioning it, other than referring it indirectly. It, they, them, and all that actually just kills off your conversation. Why is this important? One, it helps in cementing your points. That is number one. Number two, not everybody started the interview. Someone has just walked in. And the moment they hear drought, they may have their attention drawn by the fact that you're talking about climate change, and you're talking about climate change, that's one of these things. But if you're saying someone may actually walk across the room and not pay much attention to your interview because they didn't get to know what you're talking about. So keep repeating it. It's a way of actually getting your conversation going and also bringing on board those who just joined the conversation midway. Make eye contact with the reporter. Why is eye contact important? It basically projects confidence. And remember, as a specialist, you really want to look confident in what you're talking about. And it also enhances effective communication. I don't know whether, I know some of us have been teachers or lecturers at one point of our life. I don't know how you have all preachers. Basically, you have given a speech or delivered a topic in front of people. Have you ever noticed how uncomfortable it can be talking to people whose eyes are off yours? Like they seem to be avoiding your eye contact. Maybe they're on phone or reading their Bibles or basically looking around. It really makes the conversation a bit dull and very hard to take. And that is actually why some of us are also not very good at virtual trainings, because basically you're talking to people whose eye contacts you do not have. It's not easy. So to make it a lot easier and a lot friendlier, please keep the eye contact on as much as possible. I know some of us may have a problem with eye contact. Basically what we say is you may not look at the reporter, but look at the camera. At least you'll not be shy looking at the camera, will you? I want to believe not. Okay. Then don't overestimate the reporter's knowledge of the subject. Remember, this is very important, especially when we are talking about science matters. Remember, like we said yesterday when we were opening, most of our journalists came right from high school, went to journalism school, and all they have been studying is how to tell your story, how to pass your story across, how to interview you, how to make you comfortable during the interview, or sometimes uncomfortable so that you can give us the news, the details that we want. And that is basically what most of the journalists have been trained on. So do not assume that they all know what a DNA is. You do not want to assume they do not know, but do not also assume that they do know. So what you do come from a safe place and make a very brief explanation of what a DNA is. If your topic is going to dwell on the effects of DNA, maybe on the characteristics of certain, characters that you're discussing. Could be animals, it could be human beings, it could be anything. So please do not overestimate that they know what you're talking about. So always be kind enough to give a bit of a background of what you're talking about. Right. Then you're saying identify that anything you say is either a fact or an opinion. Your opinion or your own, but a fact is a fact. I think a lot, but you need to have a mix of opinions and facts, because again, you can't. If you're just giving us facts without opinions, then why did you even come to this media interview? Because we wanted to hear your opinion on a certain fact. Because some of us want to give facts. Climate change is changing. The world is changing at this number of degrees per decade. This and this is happening. You're just providing us with facts. What about your opinions? What do you think about it? Why are you being shy? Tell us what you think is going to happen with the change of temperatures over time. The next thing that you need to remember is if you do not understand a question, because sometimes the reporters will ask you a question and you do not understand, please do not attempt to answer it. If you do not understand a question, seek clarification, all right? Because the danger is in you answering the wrong question or assuming you got the question and answering it wrong. Once you have used your time to answer the wrong question, you may need more time to answer the correct question too. The reporter may actually not tell that you did not understand the question and therefore the answer is wrong, and may actually pick your answer as the correct answer to the wrong question that you were not answering. So if you're not very clear about the question, please seek for clarification. If you feel unprepared to answer a certain question, please tell the reporter that you get back with them with that answer. Because sometimes the reporter may not be familiar maybe with the strength of our missions to share details, that there are details that we cannot share, there are things that we cannot comment on, there are rights we don't have even to speak on behalf of our institution, and therefore sometimes some research are concluded, so we cannot quite start sharing the findings. Remember, most of our reporters are actually not scientists, so they may not wrap the realities around the discussions, and therefore you need to guide them. If they veer into a conversation that you feel you're not able to discuss, kindly just let them know that you don't think it is the right time for you to discuss that, or you're the right person to discuss that, but you will surely get back to them. Either you'll ask the right person to discuss that to get back to them, or you will seek clearance to be able to share that information at a later date, and you'll be more. Right? Don't sound like, remember, when you're putting off a reporter, you're not putting off a reporter, you're actually putting off the whole audience. Like you're not annoying quite a number of people. To you, you may think that it's a conversation between you and the reporter, but everybody else is on the side of the reporter because the reporter is asking the questions on behalf of the people. So please be kind and be polite. And in that, we always say there is a very unfamiliar but unpopular comment of no comment. It's very popular with politicians and government officials because they've got to realize that actually it doesn't work. No comment is never an acceptable answer. Instead of saying there's no comment, can you go around the issue? Can you explain why you're not comfortable to comment on a certain issue other than just disputing no comment? Unless, of course, all you want is drama out of your interview, and most scientists don't want drama. This is more common with politicians. Sometimes they use drama to kind of, draw attention to themselves. But for us, I don't think that is what we want. So we don't want to get into that. Okay, I had already said this during the interview. Please avoid anything that you think is off the cuff or off the record. There is nothing to be off the record about. The next thing is be honest. Do not please try to conceal negative. Just be honest. And what you cannot be able to share, don't share. Okay, but do not try to lie because it will just come around and embarrass you. Do not try to lie for your boss or for anybody. Just be honest and candid, but also be mindful of the extent to which your honesty will go. If you feel it's something that is can bring a bit of contradiction, then please don't venture into it. Then satire. Please don't engage in satire and jokes, comics, if you're not if you haven't actually tested it as a very effective way of communicating for you, and it has not been tested with your audience, then please let us avoid jokes, especially because science matters are very sensitive matters. Science matters are actually very sensitive matters, and science matters come with a lot of emotion. Like for instance, when you're talking about cholera, you're talking cholera to someone who is battling cholera, someone who just lost a relative to cholera, a researcher whose research was on cholera was just thrown out. You're talking to so many people who have very emotive connection to your topic. So you do not want to say anything that may actually be seen as dismissive or as though you're taking the issue very lightly, because there are people who have a lot of emotions entangled around what you discuss. It could even be something as simple as breastfeeding. Well, I used simple because, especially for us, there are a lot of emotions that come entangled there. So you don't want to make a joke about something like breastfeeding. You never know what experience someone has on it. You don't know what stories people have to tell on it. So we really don't want to go into jokes about such things. However, there are people who actually have a very comical way of passing around information. If it's been tested, it's been proved, and that is how you just communicate. I'm not going to ask you to change, but if you've not tested it, please don't go into it until you're very sure that it passes. All right. What other tip do you need to carry home? That reporters can use silence to make you feel uncomfortable. You remember me saying that journalists are trained to make you feel both comfortable during the interview and also uncomfortable. Why? Because some of us who are very guarded actually are motivated to talk when the room is left quiet. Usually what happens is that when the reporter is quiet, maybe they just look at you and wait for you to talk. And naturally, human beings will try to fill in the silence gaps by saying something. And that's something at least gives the reporter something to follow up on. So silence is intentional and silence is a language. So if you hear a reporter being silent, they are basically giving you an opportunity to speak, but it is important not to overspeak. Still stick to your area of conversation. And once you get used to media interviews, you'll also learn how to also use silence to also communicate. Sometimes silence before your answer or silence after the answer also is a very important element of making or of bringing your point home. However, until you're comfortable with media interviews, then you may want to avoid using silence, because if you introduce silence and the reporter doesn't pick it up, then it will end up being a bit awkward. Right. I know I'm literally rushing through this, so I encourage all of us to write down any question that you may have, and I'll be able to take the question in a few minutes. So don't feel left behind and don't feel rushed through. It's just that most of these are very direct points that just need a little explanation, but there are so many. So I really need to rush through them, because if I take too much time with each and every one of them, then I may not give you as much information as you may need for yourself for an upcoming media interview. That is why I need to rush through them all together. Right. The next point we are saying is make your final comment clear and concise. Like start as or end as firmly as you started. I think we have overemphasized this, that make your point when you're starting your contribution, and also make your point when you're ending your contribution. Start with the 5 W's and the H, and also end with your point. What do you want us to do? Is it a doctor you want to see? Is it water you want us to boil? Is it hands you want us to wash? What do you want us to do? All right? All right. Then just general tips on how to communicate with them. Okay. 1, don't go on vacation the week your paper comes out. All right. Okay. The reason being, most of the times when your paper comes out, the press wants to talk to you, right? As a researcher, maybe you've had a paper that has been published or an opinion that has been published, and there are so many, there's so much feedback that is coming. And one nature of media is that it is very time sensitive. Like if we were talking about breast cancer today, it could be actually a thing of interest because we are about to celebrate breast cancer, or because we have lost a very prominent person to breast cancer. But it wouldn't be right to assume that breast cancer will be a topic of discussion next week. The world moves pretty fast. It moves on pretty fast. So once you've had your paper published, you have drawn out a lot of attention. Please be open to the press. They may need to make a little more clarification. They may need to invite you for a follow-up interview. They may need to, have you maybe, bridge some gaps here and there. So please expect a lot of contacts from the press, and do not always point them out to your PR person. That is basically what we are trying to say, because your PR person is not gonna give them the information that they need. There's also not ever giving PowerPoint presentation during a media interview. I don't think any of us still does that, but earlier in our time, we actually saw people give what we'd call PowerPoint presentation. PowerPoint presentation doesn't basically mean that you go with a PowerPoint presentation. No, it just means, the way we make PowerPoint presentation, a point, 1 point, and then you try to build on it, and then another point, and then you build on it, and then another point, and then you build on it. No, let us take a conversation kind of approach. That is what we are trying to say. Let us take it more conversational, engage the reporter, let the reporter engage on you, make your point. When you feel it is done, engage the reporter on another point, or allow the reporter to engage you on another point. Feel free to be cut short before you have finished the explanation. Maybe he feels there is something you have said that is more interesting that they want to interject. So don't go there with a PowerPoint mindset, such that when someone interjects you, you feel like they're being rude because you hadn't finished making a point. Let us make it more of a conversational approach. Take a conversational approach. Okay. The next point I want us to consider is that your work is interesting, but you must learn to talk to people who aren't scientists. Okay. I think we have done this and we have said talk to people the same way you talk to family over dinner and all that. And don't try to we get very excited about our work. And why wouldn't we be excited anyway? It's taken years to wrap around and to get the breakthrough. So it's only natural that we are excited about our research work. However, much as we are excited, not everybody, you've done this for 10 years, you've been training on it for longer. It's going to be interesting how you want people to wrap their minds around it within 20 minutes of a conversation. So if we dwell too much on your breakthrough, we may miss out on the journey, which we also want to know. So take us through the journey. Let us know what you're talking about, why it is important to us, and how it would help us. And the most important point that I would like to make, and I know I tried to make this point yesterday, and I'm going to try and emphasize on it again. When you're communicating to non-scientists, please remember, it's not about you, it's about us. When you're talking to us about how health habits can actually help manage cancer, allow me to use that example. Please don't dwell too much on what you know about cancer and healthy habits and managing of cancer. Don't dwell on you. Please look at us. Look at us. Like, craft your message around us. What habits do we have? What healthy habits are majority of us able to adopt? You may be a great swimmer. You don't need to keep emphasizing that we go swimming, but you can look at us and give us an array of healthy habits that we can pick. Because you know us, we are your audience. You know whether we are people who walk to work or people who drive to work. You know whether we are people who run for fun or who don't run for fun, who go to the gym or who don't go to the gym. So talk to us. Talk to us. Give us practical ways that we can actually, practical healthy habits that we can actually easily pick, very easy to apply for all of us, and make your discussion about us and not about you. The reason why I'm keeping on insisting this is because as scientists, we keep dwelling too much on us and our work. Last year I had this breakthrough, I also happened to be the chair of this research group, or the PI of this research group that was actually researching on this, and we actually found this. And actually, if you go through some papers that we published in the journal, the findings of this and this, if you read the findings of my colleague who published a journal article in the year 2023 on this journal, it actually concludes this. And it becomes so much about you and your research and your colleagues that you totally lose us out. Remember, you're on national TV, you're on radio, you're on general newspaper. This is not a scientific journal. So you're not talking to people who actually are scientists. And what that means is that you'd help us a lot if you actually concentrated on us and how that should. If you can actually manage that, then your 90% work on non-science audience communication is done. All right? Okay. This is a point that we made yesterday, that just because someone doesn't understand everything about your work doesn't mean they're really not fit to come onto the table. No, they're just of different mindset from you. We also talked about an analogy, how to weigh whether it's an analogy or an image. Okay, how do you bring the point home? Which method do you make to bring your point home? Because we said hard data is not one of those ways. All right. Sorry, I muted myself. I'm trying to scroll. Just a minute. Let me reorganize my screen. Okay, thank you. The next point we would like to make is that reporters don't generally work on the same kinds of deadlines that you do, all right? Why this is important is that for you, maybe you're writing a paper or you want to share information to coincide maybe with the climate change summit, which is at, I'm just picking dates here, 2 weeks from today. And you actually want to get the journalist to publish that work or your work to be published. And in your mind, it may tell you that as long as you give this write-up or you give this work maybe a week or 2 weeks before the D-Day, then you're good to go. But what you don't know is that reporters have a lot of more deadlines to work on different papers, to decide on what will go to which paper, to lay out. Basically, we're talking of reporters and the editorial teams to lay out which content will go onto this page of the newspaper way ahead of that day. So if you want the reporters and the editorial team to work with your deadlines, then you will totally have missed it out and it will only come out to your frustration because you'll be feeling like you gave out your information way ahead of time and yet it has not been published. And I can assure you that I have seen so much disappointment of people trying to publish their work and feeling that it's being ignored. And timelines is one of the biggest reasons why it has not been published. And myself, I have also fallen victim of the same, trying to publish something or draw content, because I don't only publish, I also make a lot of TV content for programming. So I want to bring in program content on my own time, because I'm assuming I'm at the same timeline with the media house, but by the time I am finishing with my, sorry, a little bit of cold here. By the time I am finishing with preparing of my content, I am time bound. And basically what that means is that my content just basically runs the danger of going to waste, although there is always sometimes the chance to recirculate it at another time, but sometimes that chance we do not have. So basically it just becomes wasted time and resources. It's just something that we have helps us get better at, but you can get better with better timing and always checking on with your reporter or the media house you want to publish with the deadlines that they've set for you. Okay, respond as soon as you can. I think we have already said this, that media houses are often having to work with so much information and life moves on so fast that if they pose a question and you're not there to answer, I'm sorry, they move on to someone. So if they're not getting back to you, or maybe you had a conversation that was left hanging, and maybe your story eventually was never published, please don't take it too hard. It could be that, unfortunately, you were not as quick to respond to the queries as they would have liked you to be, so that they could come to a conclusion of what they needed to publish. Okay, this, I think we have overemphasized that reporters are also limited in terms of time and space. All right. The other thing that we need to know about reporters is that they're not your advertising firm, that they will not publish your idea just because it is a good idea. Reporters need a balanced story and they want a story that will relate to majority of the readers. Because remember, for them, sorry, how they make their money is by engaging as greater an audience as possible. So if your story, your breakthrough is just about you and your institution, then I'm sorry, they're not going to run it because they're not about you, they're about the bigger majority. So you really need to get off yourself and start talking to the majority. That way will be more use to the community or to your country or region, and also you'll get it easier to have your work published. Think more of it like a politician. You can't go telling people, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. At one point, not at one point, at all points, you need to tell them why will you vote for me. You know that I'll build you roads, I'll improve the economy, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll tackle this. So that what you want is basically a vote. But you don't go saying vote for me. No, you go telling them why they should vote for you. So it is the same thing with science communication. We don't go telling people why they should adopt your way, why your opinion is important, why your research is very important. Of course, we all know it is, but you need to dwell more on telling them why it is important for them and how it is going to change their lives. Then that way they are going to follow you through. Okay, be kind if a reporter makes a mistake. I think that one we already said. They're not necessarily trained in your area of expertise. So please be very supportive and kind in case they misinterpret what you said or misrepresent your comment. But please correct them gently, but also firmly. Okay, a good reporter wants to be accurate. If they've messed up, they'll generally try to correct things. So get them right the next time they report. If you throw a fit, they'll just find someone else to put in the paper and they'll tell their friends. That's unfortunate. But it is something that we need to know that if you become too difficult for a journalist, and you know journalism is a very small community, they tend to discuss you and you may realize that eventually they stop covering you. So if that is not what you want, then please be kind and understand the journalist. How about understanding the communications office? Now, this is a topic that I will pause before I go into, because not all of us are taking this to take up the communication office. A few of us eventually may, like I did. I started off as a researcher, then I went into communication. And now basically what I do is managing the communications office, like managing communication, helping, draft content for people, draft stories for people, publish materials for people, coming up with communication strategies for people, especially the scientists and all that, or science-oriented organizations and research organizations. So I do that a lot. And for the benefit of those of us in this team that may actually want to dwell into that, then this topic is going to be very important. But because I know not all of us will be interested in this, you'll allow me to finish with this. And before I do, I want to open up 10 minutes, because you can see time is really running short, for me to take all the questions that you have for me in the last about 45 minutes of my presentation. I know I've talked a lot, I've put across a lot. We are going to share these notes, but we need to also answer the questions that you have. But let's begin. Thank you. Feel free to either mute, ask, or throw it into the chat box. Thank you. Have we been together, my people?
Yes, we are here.
Thank you, thank you. That's it. We do not have even a single question or comment. Did you understand what I have been sharing on, Tim?
Yeah. Yes. One thing I want to know is that when you are being approached, what are some of the critical things you need to think? Like maybe you say, you should ask yourself, like what we are here to talk about. 10 questions you should ask your reporters. That is good. But how about if they approach you for the first time? What are some of the critically at least some few things that you need to prepare before you start maybe responding to the questions. Am I clear? Hello, madam.
Yes, sorry. Yes, that is before the interview, okay?
Yes, Ajumi, you want to interview me, and you prompted me that maybe at this time of the day I'll be talking to you or what. What are some of the questions I need to ask myself before I can even allow myself to be interviewed or what? Something critical within a short period. What do I do?
Thank you. First, what you need to know is what they want to interview you about. It is very important that they give you a very clear objective of your discussion.
Okay.
The second thing you need to know is why you, and not why you in a way to question your abilities. It is why you, so that you can get to see where you shine. You need to. Is it that they recognize you as a researcher? Is it that they have been referred to you by a colleague who really values what you have done? Is it that they are following up on something else that you have already shared about? Is it that, sometimes your name could have actually come up for an appointment somewhere and you're not aware,
Okay. Yeah, is it good to ask a question that you let you know their background so that at least you can strategize yourself? Maybe just someone just called you, you don't know the person, he hasn't even identified himself or addressed himself. Can you quickly maybe ask so that at least when you know the background or where the person is coming from, then you can strategize yourself and know how to channel your question, your answer?
Oh, yes. Sorry. I assumed that to be obvious, but yes, thanks for bringing it up. The first thing you need to know, actually need to know who you are speaking with, if it's not someone you're familiar with. Who am I speaking with? From what media? Okay? Yeah. And once now you have established that, now that's when you want to know, you'd like to interview me. That's great. I appreciate. But what about? What about? What do you want us to talk about? Then you get to hear whether it's a topic that is relevant to you or not. Because I can assure you, I can share from my experience that so many times we will be approached for an interview on something that is really not of interest to you at all.
Yes.
For instance, you may be a soil scientist in organic fertilizer, whereas your area of study is in organic fertilizer. Now, you are a soil scientist, but that's not your area of interest. So if it is not your interest, please feel free to let the journalist know that, I don't have area of interest right now, but if you don't mind, I can suggest to you 2 or 3 of my colleagues whom you may check with and check whether they may be interested to be interviewed on the same. But once you get to establish that it is an area of interview that you want to be interviewed on, that actually adds, benefit to your calling also, and also to your professional work, then you need to know the details of the interview. Why is it that you want to interview me? And that's what I was saying. It is important for you to know.
Thank you very
I hope, sake of others that we are also listening in, we have made a point that once you're sure that you're comfortable with the topic, then you can get into deeper details of what you're discussing, why it's being discussed with you, in which forums. That is actually very important. In which forums? Is it on radio? Is a bit of it likely to get into the newspaper, radio, so that you're prepared on the kind of audience that you'll be reaching. Remember, the TV audience, for example, is not always the same as the radio audience, is not always the same as the newspaper audience. And it's unfortunate that this is just a 2 days training, because I would have liked us to go into audience fragmentation and audience targeting, so that you get to know how to craft a message that is specifically biased towards your audience. And the audience will be determined by 3 things. The audience will be determined by the platform. Is this a TV? Is this a radio? Is this a newspaper? What kind of a forum are you using? Your audience will also be determined by the content, and your audience will also be determined by the language that you use or the topic that you're covering. So there is so much that goes into it. But that's again another whole lesson to learn. But it's okay for you to familiarize yourself with whom you'll be channeling this information through, because it is not just about the reporter, but also the end consumer of the information. So thank you very much, and thank you for that question. Maybe I can take 1 or 2 more questions before I go to the 10 questions to ask our reporters, most of which anyway I have already covered. Any other questions?
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. So for me, I'm asking if the interviewer sends you the questions before the interview for better preparation, so that you don't get there and then you get surprised by some of the questions that you can't even answer.
Sure, and thank you for that question. And yes, we already said that in the preparation phase, I had shared that it is actually very important that you ask that you be furnished with information on what you're going to be talking about, the topic, and sometimes even the exact questions. Now, a disclaimer here, it depends on what kind of media interview it is. For example, for a live interview, it is very hard for them to come up with questions. The only thing they guarantee you is that it's going to be within the topic that you have agreed you're going to discuss. But because it's more of a conversational kind of conversation, it becomes a bit difficult for them to tell you the exact questions. However, if it is a typical in-house interview, then yes, they usually have a set of questions that they would like to ask you, and they always share the questions with the ones to be interviewed, more so if you're keen enough to ask them. They will always share. I also see someone else who has asked a question on the chat, a very interesting question. What do you do how do you deal with erratic reporters? I'm trying to paraphrase, but basically I think what the person was asking, I'm not able now to get the comment right away, is what do you do if maybe the person, the interviewer, the reporter is not very agreeable with you? So the first question you need to ask yourself is, how did the interview get there? How did the interview get to a point where the interviewer or the reporter is getting erratic? Basically meaning there's a disagreement, right? There are telltale signs. Either one, you got into a topic that wasn't quite your topic, and you're now trying to introduce your topic in the reporter's topic. For instance, let me give an example of what I've just given. Researchers in soil science. Maybe your information or your research and your interest is in fertilizer, inorganic fertilizer manufacturing and inorganic fertilizer use. But the reporter is actually keen to cover content on inorganic fertilizer. How can we farm without using inorganic fertilizers, okay? So if yourself, you're a proponent of inorganic fertilizer, but you ended up jumping into the bandwagon of organic fertilizer, then you will find yourself always trying to defend your belief of inorganic fertilizer, as opposed to flowing with the content which is on organic fertilizer. So there is always likely to be a clash. And that is why I have pointed out from the previous question that please clarify what will be the topic of discussion and find out whether it is in line with your research interest or with your personal interest or your professional interest. If you are not comfortable with that, please turn down the interview. A turned down interview is a lot better than an interview that really goes down. I see that my voice is down again. Let me try and work on that kindly. Am I louder now?
It's clear.
Thank you. So as I was saying that you'd rather turn down an interview, and respectfully so, than actually jump into an interview that will eventually not serve your interest or that will likely not go on well. That is one cause of a disagreement during the interview. The second issue is walking into an interview, a structured interview, without basically knowing the questions that are likely to come. And that's why I said if it's a structured media interview, please ask the questions, them to preempt the questions that they are likely to ask you. Most of them are genuine enough to share you the questions you're likely to share. But most importantly also, it is also important for us to walk into the media house calm and to know that just because your findings are great doesn't mean they are agreeable with everyone. Remember, please, that we said, especially science will never agree. So if you're defending your course on inorganic fertilizer, the journalist questions that and maybe suggests that maybe inorganic fertilizers are not the best, and maybe we should be tending more towards organic fertilizer. It would be important for you to just calm down and appreciate, because it is a fact that you already know. Appreciate that the fact you already know, as much as you may not entirely agree with, you already are aware that there are scientists that are pushing for organic fertilizer. So it shouldn't take you as a surprise, and it shouldn't be offending to you. Acknowledge the fact that yes, there is a body of research that actually encourages more of use of organic fertilizer. However, according to your line of study and your professionalism, you still hold to the fact that as much as organic fertilizers themselves have a lot of advantages in the soil and in the crops we grow, there is a lot that inorganic fertilizers can do that the organic fertilizers cannot do. And then you dwell on the things that inorganic fertilizers can do that the organic fertilizers cannot easily achieve. So basically what you have done is that you have neutralized the opposing opinion without basically breathing fire, because it is breathing fire that basically often causes some of these what would look like arguments during the interview. All right. I don't know if there is any key question that I seem to have missed. I don't think so. All right. So should there be more questions, I will stay along after the conclusion of this to take a few more questions, but allow me to just rush through and conclude on this. Sorry. What happens if after this training or in the course of your training, you fall in love with science communication and you end up having to manage a license office or communications office? Or what happens if you end up working in an institution, or you're already working in an institution that already has a communications office or a communications department? What do you need to know? The first thing is that you need the communication office basically builds liaison between the researcher and the press. That is one thing you know. So if you're the liaison officer, then you're building a link between your researchers and the press. Please remember that you should not always expect that the liaison officer is the one to draft all your articles and get you on the media and all that. Their work is limited to facilitating you to communicate with the media. So basically it is to help you come up with ideas, sometimes help draft your ideas, sometimes help edit, but it is not practical that you expect your liaison officer to actually do everything for you, because they are not you. They don't have your experience, they don't have your knowledge, they don't have your opinion. So it still remains your work. And then we're saying that all departments must coordinate with the liaison office. So if you have a communication on liaison office, please take advantage of it. Coordinate with the officers there to see how better they can be able to help you. Then we're saying that the office also helps in organizing press interviews and all that, but the biggest work is for you to actually do the forerunning. As a researcher, you are the one to seek out your communications office, not the other way around. Okay. What are some of the questions that you need to get ready to ask yourself during the interview? Most of them we have dealt with them, and some of them have been asked, but I'll just rush through them. For those of us who have a communications office, you can get more detailed information there. How do I react when called for an interview? I think that one we have talked. How you need to know who is talking to you, why they're talking to you, where you're talking, why they specifically you. But I'll go straight on what not to do. Never hang up. Okay, just never hang up. And if it is not an issue that you're comfortable with, like I said, be polite. Say, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with this topic, or I don't feel like this topic is in line with my research interest, but I can ask a few of my colleagues to reach out back to you if they are comfortable with the same colleagues that I think are comfortable. If they are colleagues that you feel you're close enough for you to be able to share their contacts with the media, it depends on the kind of relationships and ethics that you have between you, then you can right away share and say you can talk to these three, find out if any of them would be willing to give you an interview on the same. The next thing you don't do is don't say sure, like don't just agree to an interview that you actually haven't understood, and then at the end of the day you end up getting into the wrong interview. I think that one we have already dwelt on. Now let me go back to the 10 questions. The 10 questions that we need to ask. Okay. Ask on the deadline. When is the deadline? I think we have discussed on that. Okay. Ask the person what you're looking for. I think we have already discussed. Like I said, these ones we have already discussed. It's just rushing through. Who else have you talked to? It would be important to know why it is specifically you they need to talk to you, and why they chose you, and who else they have on the table. It is also important to ask whether there are any news events driving this. Many people whose names have come up in an appointment and they do not know. You actually get to know after the interview, because the media sometimes gets wind that Grace has been appointed as the communications person, or as the head of Cancer Institute, or their name has come up, and they want to know who is Grace. They want to know more about Grace and their opinions around cancer management. And it could be interesting that by the time you're being called into the interview, you actually don't know. So you might be learning that as part of the interview, when you're asked what is your opinion, should your appointment go through? And you're like, what appointment? Okay. All right. So it has happened, trust me. So it's important for you to know what is driving this. Is it an event? Is it a discourse that has been coming up? Is it my name that has come up somewhere? Is it something that initially I had written about or shared about, and you're making a follow-up? It actually gives you a very good context. Then there's always the question of, is there another time we can talk? This is especially if the person gets you at a point when you're not able to talk. Don't tell them, don't dismiss them off. Just let them know, I'm glad that you picked me up, that you want to talk to me. Because the truth of the matter is, there's so many people who would be interviewed. So it's actually an honor to your professional capability that you have been picked for an interview. Please don't take it as a bother. It just basically means that there is someone who values your opinion and input on a matter. So take it positively, thank them for actually picking you for the interview, but ask whether you can actually follow up at a certain time when it's more convenient to you. Do you need to call me during the workday in your time zone? Yes, especially if you're working with international media, or if you're being targeted for an interview that is actually focusing on a region as opposed to a country. It is very good to settle on time zones, both during the interview and also during the pre-interview call. Please make sure that you agree on the call, on the time zone of the call before the interview and also during the interview. What's the best time to reach you in case you need to call back? Please get to know when the reporter is easy to be reached. The reason being, it is a reporter's day is never open. There is a time when they are gathering data. There is a time when they are preparing that data into content. There is a time when they are actually editing that and pushing it out for publishing. So there is the specific hours and time that they could tell you, this is a great time for us to have a discussion. They are likely to have more time with you that time. So please make sure to find out also what their time is. I repeat again, do not assume any time is good for them just because they are reporters, because they have different areas of content to report, from doing interviews to preparing those interviews, to editing the interviews, to channeling out the interviews and having them published. And all of them goes into a day's work. So get their timing well. Okay, when do you hope these will appear? You remember we said that you need to be ready so that by the time your work is being published, you're ready to pick the questions and answer them. So feel free to actually find out that. Why don't you ask me? All right. And I want to answer this question very carefully, that sometimes it is good to lead a reporter on something they haven't asked. For example, a reporter may ask you, what benefits, why would you choose organic fertilizer over inorganic fertilizer? And you may want to ask the reporter, how about we discuss what inorganic fertilizers can do that organic fertilizers cannot do, as opposed to choosing, making a choice between the two, because I feel that should be a very personal decision to make. All right. You see what basically you have done? You have suggested the question that the reporter should ask you without necessarily making it very, very clear that that is the question you want to be asked, and also by giving concept. So it is very, very important to give an option to the reporter on how better they can ask your question, but without directly telling them the question to ask you, because that way they'll feel like you're trying to take over the interview, and it may not come out as very polite. Okay, shall we review? Okay, reviewing the interview is not a bad thing. The only thing we ask is, please do not ask to review the article or broadcast piece before it appears, okay? Because there is also the ethics that guard the publishing of materials, and most of the editing team would rather do their editing internally and share the final article without a lot of bias. Because remember, we say the media house is not your PR house, so they will publish not necessarily exactly what you give them, but a very balanced opinion of what you give them. So they may not want to basically interview you and then publish all that which is your opinion. sometimes they will want to add something that makes it a bit balanced. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. It's been long, it's been engaging, it's been quite interesting for me. I don't know whether it was for you as well. Thank you so much. I would like to hear what you have to say, what you have learned, what you have not learned, what you want us to include in our next training, and anything else that is important for this discussion. Otherwise, thank you so much to all of you, and thanks for the extra minutes you've awarded us. We do not take it for granted. God bless. Kevina?
Thank you so much, Dr. That was a very informative session. So before I make my announcements, I'd like to welcome any feedback from any of the participants, and then we can conclude the meeting. Would anyone like to share the feedback of the training?
Let's come again. Hello.
Yes, please. We're here.
Hello, Edward, we can hear you.
Yeah, please come again. Hello.
Sorry, Edward, for the delay. I think I was waiting for Kevina to respond. Kevina is asking if we could kindly give just a brief of the training, how it was, and what your recommendations would be, just in brief, as a way of saying bye to us, now that we have come to the end. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, for me, I think it has been a very good time yesterday and today. There are certain things we don't know and we have learned about them. I think most of us have knowledge. We have individual field and how to model it so that it will come to public domain has been our concern. And we thank God that yesterday you are able to give us an insightful presentation that you will be able to repackage ourselves so that people will begin to see the little things in us. So I think everything is nice. The presentation is now only that on one or two occasions, maybe the sound is not forthcoming or there are breakage in the sound. I think maybe it is an internet problem. And I think everything has been good. And your timing too, you are on time. And I think it's more interactive. There's time you give space for people to interact, ask questions, we break, and you get people's view. I think it has been a very nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. That was very kind of you. I think with that, we are ready to allow us to exit. Those who want to exit, those who want to give their comments, please either unmute, give your comment, or leave it in the chat box below. And then we will be glad to read them through. But as for now, I think we are ready to go. And thank
Madam, the quick one. I want to make a recommendation. Am I clear?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Edward.
Yeah, I think most of these online conversation, like courses and other things. I think one thing that I've learned previously is that the people after this course, we don't try to get to know each other so that at least we can patch up and be helping each other. If a team that we can form. And so sometimes after this course, all the participants, we don't see each other again. I think if there can be a platform for this particular group so that we can be sharing ideas. I think that one, when we hold hands together, I think we can make a headway. We can ask questions from other people. If you have any idea, you can share that. I think that one will make us more visible. Then maybe after this, you may not hear anyone again. Maybe your line is there, I can communicate with you. So I want to suggest is that try to bring us together. This formidable group that I think you can bring us together so that at least we can try to do something. And I think that is what I want to put across.
Thank you very, very much, Edward. That is a very valuable input. And indeed, we have been better at it when it comes to physical trainings than virtual trainings. And we have taken that note. The representative administration have taken note, and we will actually come back to you through the email if there are ways that we can be able to actually connect. There are also ways that I can see Kevina has been sharing in the chat. You go through these WhatsApp communities and other workplaces and see whether there are that you can actually join your peers and grow together. So come through these forums, see whether they help. If there are other forums that are new to us that are not in this forum, we will share. If there are better after this conversation, we will also share.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes, please.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I also like to make some additions in moving the words of tongue.
All right.
I am very grateful for this 2 days workshop, which has impacted a lot in people's lives. As I said earlier on, some of us were admiring some of those kind of write-ups in the newspapers, but we could not know how those people maneuver to that extent and where they got the skill and which skills were required. But I think this training has done a lot, and I think for myself, first of all, I'm very grateful for the work well done. I think more should come up, and the only recommendation I would like to say is in the next trainings, if possible, please try to include some training on presentations for perhaps in talk shows in the studio, if one wants to go to a studio or a TV station to make some presentations live in the air, so that people also get to know those kind of skills. Thank you very much. Otherwise.
Thank you so much, Tongo. That was so useful. It's a very important topic, one that we often train on. The only challenge has been that communication is so wide that sometimes we tend to concentrate on the need gaps that are common to majority of our trainees. But that is very well noted and taken keen interest on. Like we all know, times are changing. Now live shows are becoming very common. So yes, we will try the best we can to actually fit in all our media house communication training forums. Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Hello,
So
hello, Doc.
if there are no further.
Oh yeah, please
enter. This is better. But I would like to ask, do we need to submit this op-ed as a prerequisite to the certificate?
Not really. It was not a prerequisite to the certificate or you being issued the certificate, but it is very important for your learning purposes. It was just for learning purposes, but it will not affect the certificates. However, it will affect your ability and confidence in publishing. So please go ahead and draft one. Now, to avoid overlapping into another training, I will ask that please, if we have comments, we can leave them in the chat. We'll be able to read, but that we allow for the training to come to a close so that we can allow some other trainings to get ready to take off kindly. But thank you so much to each and every one of you. It has been such a pleasure to get to know you. I will not mind sharing my email address here for anyone who may want to reach out to me. But as you do always, it is best that you please copy the TCC email address, and that way, in case I miss any communication, TCC can always pick it up, and the other way around. However, because we are many communications trainers, in case it is a general query on communication, we would oh, sorry, seems like I have sent the message to someone. I should have sent to all. So instead, you can just send it to TCC. The only way you could reach directly to me is if it has something to do with something we've discussed today, or your assignment or something, then you can reach directly to me. But if it is more about the packaging of the materials, please feel free to write to us as TCC, so that in case I miss it out, everyone else can pick it. So my email address is Grace, it's just my name, Grace M. Career @gmail.com. So that's how best you can reach me for now, if it is a personalized question regarding this particular training. Otherwise, thank you so much. God bless you, and hope to see you soon. Back to you, Kevina.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. I have a few announcements before we disperse. So certificates are available for the training. So ensure that you have filled the attendance list with your both names or names as you'd like to appear in the certificate. And please note that these certificates are going to be available for those who attended both training days to reflect their commitment to learning. And then I've also shared our email address in case you need any clarification or support. Feel free to reach out to us. If you still have your assignment, you can also share it through the email. And the other thing is, we'd appreciate if you could fill the feedback form that I have just shared in the chat, for us to know your experience and what we can improve on. There are also some resources, including the links to join our communities where you can interact with other trainers and fellow researchers. That's all. Thank you so much for your time and your dedication to this training. I hope you have learned how to communicate your science effectively. Thank you so much. So I'll end this meeting in about 5 minutes to allow you to get the contacts or any information that you may need from the chat, and also to allow for questions if you have any. Thank you and goodbye.